Okay, so today I just have to be more consistent, and you have to not do it like in a rush where you feel like you're trying to do too much at once, because I'm obviously already behind pretty far. Oh, I forgot to take this off. Yeah, I'll do some 10-minute stuff, then I'll take breaks in between, and I guess study stuff or do puzzles or whatever. So at least like for the first time ever, I'm actually willing to study. So my main issue is I have a consistency problem where like I'll play really good one game and not so good one game, and part of that feeds into itself because the way that people play here is like that too. But you can't let that affect you. Like they'll have a game where they have 95 accuracy and play super well, then they'll have a game where they blunder their queen. So it kind of lets you take your foot off the gas, and also just in the course of an actual game, like I'll be up every single game and then I'll turn it into a draw or a loss because I just get impatient, or I don't know. Like, as much as I like middle games in theory, not actual theory because I don't know theory, but as much as I like the middle game experience, I seem to get very impatient in the course of it. I just start to, I'm up +2 or whatever, and I just want it to be over. I don't really care about actually getting to that point because some of it's so stale, but at least it's giving me a fitting matchup. So sub 1100, which if I go there, I lose. And of course, this is my last month chance where this will be a big failure state condition, but I won't even think about it because it doesn't matter. It shouldn't even come to that. So sometimes it's good to leave this open. So like, for example, there was one game I wanted to look at actually that I played off stream just on not even logged in that I thought was relatively instructive. I'll look at that after this actually. That I was kind of going through an internal monologue in my head as I was doing it that felt very, I don't know, that just felt very instructive, and that's kind of the way I want to play it too. Like, let's try to explain every move, but then again, I'm already slow enough, so it's hard for me to do that. Yeah, you should do that for your own benefit. I'm not doing it, because I'm trying to teach other people, because I barely know what I'm doing myself. I shouldn't have let the pin happen, and this becomes difficult, because even though I don't want to do it, there's nothing I can do to help that, right? Like, how are you ever going to cover this piece? I don't know. This is why I don't like the pin. This is almost something I should study. There's nothing you can do about this. So if you bring the queen, you're going to open the king. Like, this happens every game. That's one of my biggest pet peeve things. Yeah, we can play one after this, short. So everything here looks fine. And then you'd almost want this to be here, but now once you commit to the pawn structure, you can't really do anything about it. You could move this back. You could put this here. These are like the ideal. Oh no, you know what I really want is you want to eat up the bishop first. So I didn't give him the chance to do that. Those are always the 2-pawn pushes that are difficult to do in the early game, and I maybe make a point to try to do them too early. Right? That's to stop the pin, and that's to stop the horse from guaranteeing a trade on the bishop, because it doesn't have anywhere to go. Anywhere you go, it's going to get hit by a pawn. It's amazing how far I've gotten in the past just from very basic things that you can come up with yourself, but it just doesn't work anymore because everybody's a study clown who wants to like take it super seriously at the low level. Like, I've never seen such a thing. So now here you shouldn't take, but again, you don't even have the choice to take. So, in fact, this is even worse. So now I have no choice but to do that because he's just going to take. I hate this kind of pawn structure. It's my own fault, obviously, but now the queen comes in. It's going to be difficult. But then again, with only the queen there, I can't even move it. This queen's going to come in, like, let's say there. Which it can't even do, because I could take. I should be trying to set up to trade something, or I don't even know. That's still under double attack, in fact, so that didn't solve anything. This is actually not such a bad move, but I'm worried about the queen coming in mostly. See, all that happened just because I let the pin happen, which arguably isn't that bad. I just don't know how to deal with it. So at least that's the most instructive way to look at it, is just, it's not just about knowing lines or whatever opening theory. You just have to know what your own strengths and weaknesses are. Like, sure, it might not be that hard to deal with, but I don't know how to do it. So So this is a little bit scary, but it's not that big of a deal. So we lose basically in the opening to a sub 1100 player. So basically I should just give up. What are you doing? It's not going to change anything. You're not going to... You can't do anything with that. What a great mating sequence. Just a zigzag queen play. That's an official technique. So now here we could trade, which I almost should do because that's the only threat remaining, or I can just do it anyway. Now if I play really accurate, I can still do well and give him kind of a shock. There shouldn't be any scenario where you're able to mate with just the queen here. The only way you can do it is when you constrain yourself with your own pieces. So we have this potential threat later. Takes, that could be very dangerous. But there's not much I can really do about it. Take would still be very worth it. We could set up for some kind of sneaky threat later here. I'm just giving him piece odds to make it interesting, but this is once again one of the things I don't like about the game, and I can't seem to play around it. See, that's what you should do in the beginning stage. Don't try to, you know, master openings like, oh, you're going to play them like a grandmaster, because that's going to take forever, and it's not even fun to do. But you should at least try to play around them. Like, just do the same thing over and over and just play it safe. And if you can do that, then at least you won't lose to them. This would be bad because then take. I could always take from there too, but like for example here, if he was stupid enough to take, then but I'm about to get mated anyway, because he would go there, I would go there, he would go there, maybe not. He probably won't even pay attention to it though. You can just check there. Okay. It shouldn't be made, though. I'm not really seeing it. Because you can still go behind it. You take the pawn. Got to be some scenario where I can somehow trap the queen. Or even if I win a rook, it'd be good. This isn't going to be covered. That's not covered either. Kind of a bad spot for these to be in. So if you give a check, I'm basically just going to get mated right there. As much as I don't want to trade this off, I might have to, but he could pin it down even if I do that. Yeah, I mean, this is the aspect of the game that really ruins it, just in a general sense. That if you're dealing with openings all the time, it's like that's such a big part of the game, whether people realize it or not. You'll take this. Because even for GMs, like, oh yeah, you study the game for 20 years. Meanwhile, you still have to prep your openings for the World Championship. And of course, they're going into deep variations and this and that, but that's the whole point. Like, whatever element that you can study, they're going to study like crazy. Because it is that nature of a game, which you can say about most things, but it's not even a question of whether these people know what they're doing either. It's just more like if you don't know, right, you can see how that's all it would take. Like, you just have to study that, which I will, I guess, do now to some extent, but not a very good way to advertise the game. Like, oh, you should try this game because it has so many interesting different possibilities. Also, you have to study what possibilities are the best because it's objectively just, there's a right and wrong answer. So if you come there, I basically just lose. He could just blunder a piece somewhere along the line, or I wasn't even expecting that one. He had like 5 minutes to think about it. What's your username on here, Twitch? 92, but again, I won't even complain about that. So like, let's learn from this sequence, and then I'll look at that other game too. Like, what are you supposed to do? I mean, you're basically just supposed to stop the pin, right? It's even telling me. So I value the bishop so much, I'd rather save it than try to do this. I mean, it's not like that's a very novel idea that like, wow, I've never done that before. But like, even in this position, you're not losing that badly, but I would have to know how to play this exactly, which I obviously don't. It makes a brilliant move with just sack, but some of these aren't really that big of a deal because, you know, you kind of expect in the opening that you're going to know these because you see them over and over. There's a blunder to take there. You're supposed to take here. And even then, it's not so bad. But again, do you really think I'd feel comfortable playing this kind of position with some sort of unleash hanging over my head and all this kind of nonsense, a check potential behind? This sounds different than what I remember, actually. Or this must be like from the new one or something. Yeah, let me see if I can find that game. I took like a screenshot of it. I played it on my phone like while I'm doing my laundry, but I go into such a deep analysis with it that was actually kind of good and the right way to play. Did I get bumped down a trophy or somehow get bumped up? I don't know what this even is. Legend. What, the Legend of 1100, who's the legendary clown of inconsistency? Like, I don't know. What rating are these people? 800. You're losing to an 800. I never set a rule like that. Like, oh, if I lose to X rating, then I have to delete my account just based on that. But I have a very short amount of time to do it now. Okay, let me try to recreate this position. I forget how you even do the board editor or whatever on here. Chess.com board editor. Yeah, this will help me learn notation too, just from translating it. So you go E4. So I'm playing as white. We go E4. Then we go, I always have to cheat off the side and actually look around the board, which I should really turn that off. So I have to start to figure it out better myself. But all these kind of little things that would help you in a way that you can use the arrows and this and that. You're supposed to be doing all that in your head, but it's like having a deck tracker in a card game. Like, you should be able to keep track of what's in your deck. Then they go E6, which obviously we just established what E was. I have all these tricks for remembering, but I just don't. I guess I don't consider that important to know. It's mostly good for learning purposes. You go F3, which is obviously me. Then you go, so like if we think about, okay, this is just the basic opening. This is what I always do. So there's nothing super complex there. Nothing he did really makes me feel like I have to address a threat or anything. So it's all just basic development. Then he goes D5. If I do it, will it save the position? Like, let me do it once and then I'll try to E5. Or no, I should do it like React Andy. I just do it as I'm looking at it. So we go E4. This is a standard opening that I always do. Nothing special here. He goes there. That's not the most common thing we see, but I wouldn't even know what these openings are called. French defense knight variation. So now, okay. So at this point, what happens? D5. So now he goes pawn takes on, wait. D5, wait. Okay, D5, typical thing. So now my tendency is always to trade, but maybe it's not the best thing to do. I'm not even looking at what the engine is saying either. Just like I'm trying to think my thought process. Not saying it was that good of a game or that my opponent even played that well, but just it's a good example of at least trying to think about what you're doing and having some idea. And then towards the end, he kind of does what I almost do, where we both become sort of aimless and we don't know what we're doing once we're all finished developing. So we just start to move stuff randomly. So that part isn't the most instructive. But yeah, so here I take, which is okay to do. The question that it poses is now the knight's a little bit hard to bring out because you could just threaten it with that, which is a very annoying move. So that's why I sometimes hesitate, but it's okay. So this is why you seal off here. Now, I normally don't do that because I'm thinking, okay, I want to bring the bishop there and have that diagonal. So it's kind of two contradictory things you have going on. But in that case, then you want to pin down, let's say, the knight and take it. That way you know whether the bishop's going to be useful or not. Otherwise, you just let it go. But I think I still somehow end up with the bishop there anyway, which I don't even understand how it happens. But no, I might go like this and create my little V-shaped pawn structure where I go like This is the anchor here. So the reason why this is good on 2 levels is because on one hand, you have to match it with the bishop color. So you're not impeding the diagonal of the bishop with the pawns because they're all on light squares or the opposite color square of what you have here. And then on the second flip side, the reason why I like it is because of the anchor aspect. You only have 1 anchor pawn instead of 2. Let's say you have it here and here, and then like there and there, or whatever, like some overextended structure where you have 2 different anchors that you have to cover. So even if the rook was to cover this, when you go like that, it's worth it because you're covering a whole 4 pawns with just 1. Whereas if it's split or somehow segmented, it's not as good. So the next move is g3. After this, g3. So even this is sort of me not doing what I just said you should probably do. So I guess I didn't play it like that. But yeah, this feels comfortable. The only reason why I question it is because, again, what are you going to do with the dark square bishop? I guess the intention is you would be trading it off. That would be my plan for it. So now here, also, this is an instructive moment for the light square bishop. This is opening theory 101. Like, even though I don't know it, that you can, this is the point. Like, this kind of game makes me enjoy it a little more because at least everything feels more intuitive and it makes sense as I'm doing it. It doesn't matter what you know or don't know. You can kind of rationalize it internally, which is not how most of chess is. You just have to know the right or wrong answer. So here, why would you put the light square bishop here? I move this and then I put the bishop there. Now, I normally never do that. This is almost like the King's Indian that I do that everyone does for black, where you put the knight above the pawns and then put the bishop here. Because given the structure of his pawn here, it might be very difficult to use this diagonal because you can't go there, you won't be able to go there, he'll block it. So unless you want to go here, which is sometimes an okay move, in fact, that might even be what the engine would tell you to do, but you're either going here or here, so at least don't try to play into the fact of where you normally put it in this opening, which I'm so used to. That's a good rationalization. When the pawn is like this or this, and you have that sort of light square structure blocking you, you know you're not going to get through it. Perhaps the only way would be to do it like this, which it's very unlikely that he would even take that. So what does he do next? c5. c5, okay. So that doesn't really tell me much, or now actually it does open something up for me, because now that solved the whole problem. So instead, I'm not even sure what I did, so I keep guessing like, oh, I'm going to go here based on the structure, but now it changes. So now I can give the check and guarantee a trade because he has to block, he can't move the king, he can't block with that. So now you can get rid of the light square bishop if you assume it's not going to be that useful. Right? Or you could still commit to that, but that's the perfect opportunity. If he goes like this and plays more disciplined, then you're forced into this, which might not be a very good bishop in my opinion, at least. What does he do now? Bishop b5 is what I do, and then he goes bishop d7. So now if he does the knight, you can kind of leave it hanging for a little bit, try to double attack it and win something more, go overboard. But because it's the bishop, then you're going to get taken. You could use it as an opportunity to develop the knight and say like, okay, if he takes, I take, but then it's going to get pushed around too much. You have to realize that the knight is a weak link and a pushover of a piece all the time. So I'm more inclined, okay, just trade. The only other thing I think could be good here is you bring the knight out and then you're in a position where you can certainly use that as a way to just develop it, but you don't even really want it to be there. And on top of that, it's a case where yeah, I don't always play games when I'm doing my laundry on my phone, randomly off stream, not even logged in. But when I do, it's the most instructive game ever. Or again, it was just the right mindset. Maybe I would just play better under those circumstances. Like there's less pressure. But, and it was like around similar ratings, but those are kind of maybe not as authentic. Or no, I think it was like an actual named player though. So imagine losing to a guest. How do you even make it so that you get matched up against guests and stuff? It probably shouldn't happen like this because it wouldn't be fair. It might be too easy because they vary so wildly. And there's like the setting that asks you, oh, what level are you at? And you can say advanced and you'll be treated like 1700. But I don't think people, including myself, really appreciate what that actually means. Like nobody is advanced, dude. That's like top 1% in the world is advanced, literally. Like even I'm top 12% by simply being 1100. That's how bad everybody is. So here you have a case where, again, that development is fine, but I just take, and so it at least makes sense. I decided to go here instead of there just because he opened that up. So now he takes with the queen, I imagine, or no, he takes with the knight. That's sort of giving him free development. Just arguably a bad thing, but not the end of the world. Now you could give like a cheeky check here that doesn't do a whole lot, lets him get even more free development. You don't really want to move the queen too much in the opening. Now I just castle, which shows up as 0-0 or 0-0, which I never actually understood still why it's written like that. Or like I forget how queenside castles are written then. Now he goes bishop e7. So what is e7 even? Right here in front of the king. So that would prevent. Now this comes back to bite him later on, as you'll see, but it's only because he's so stuck on leaving it there. There's no problem with putting it there and then developing and then castling, but he just refuses to move it for the whole rest of the game. So it ends up being pinned to the king, but then something else happens with it later. So I think that's exactly what I do. I pin it down, but he goes there first, then I pin it down. It's not a very meaningful pin at this point, but it's also just a good developing move for the rook. Get it to what is actually a fully open file. So the rook goes, or no, maybe I don't do it. He goes e7. I keep assuming what I do, and then I do something different. E7, I go d3. Now, okay, so maybe I'm thinking ahead. Like, I will pin it down, but then I'll have a double attack on there, but that even still doesn't work for anything, so I don't know why I did that. Huh. Why would I do d3 there? I guess I'm just trying to develop the dark square bishop, but even then I'd be more inclined to go here, or I'm trying to create the V-shaped structure. So this is a move that I wouldn't even really vouch for. The better move is probably just go here and get ready for something that might happen. Even if it doesn't, it's still a good place for it to be. The only place for it to be right now. So after that, we have knight g6, or g captures on f6. So, wait. Oh no, it says that to denote like which one we're talking about, not to denote a capture. I don't even know notation at all. G to f6. Wait. Oh no, that's him, of course. So he goes f6. They make it so needlessly confusing, but I get it, because if they're on the same row or file or something, it can get confusing. So now is the perfect time to still do the pin, which would create the opportunity there. But again, a lot of this he's sort of walking into himself, like at the beginning, with respect to the light square check. He didn't have to allow me to do that. He didn't have to put the pawn there. So that's just not a good move. And then even this is questionable. He's going to castle, but now we put the pressure like, okay, I could pin it and then pin this. So then if I took, you have to take with this, or not even really, but some sort of threat is brewing there, even if I don't know what it is myself. So now, okay, you go knight f6, then you go bishop d2. Why does it show a knight symbol there? G f6, maybe I'm reading this wrong somehow. d3, d3, g to f6. Right, and then just to let you know it's the knight on the G file, then okay, bishop d2. But why does it show me a knight there? Or no, it's the other one. Okay, so now I move the knight here, because even though you're saying you're blocking the diagonal, you're assuming that it's going to go here. That goes against even what I was saying, that maybe you should try to do something here, but I probably didn't think it was a very credible threat, because if it's going to happen down the road, you don't know what he's going to do. It's maybe not that big of a deal, but just the idea would be, if he didn't have the knight there, then you could take it. You'd be forced to take here if he was also pinned, but there's too many ifs. So we just do basic development. You don't want to put it there because he can get pushed out by the pawn necessarily. Although I feel like a lot of the time people still do that and it's okay. But unless you know what you're doing with it. So now I'm obviously trying to create that V-shaped structure, which is usually pretty good to me. Even draw on like 2,000 players with it. Again, I'm not giving it the full credit, but also when I lose, I'm not blaming it like, oh, it's the fault of the structure. It is good with the anchor idea, with the bishop coloration. Apparently it leads to like some sort of backwards pawn issue, but that's maybe more advanced and not something you should worry about too much. So now here you have a case where this is just how I'm trying to get myself to think about every game, but look at how long it takes me to do. So knight to b2, from b to d2. Okay, now they castle. And then they have a case where I do b3. So b3 is obviously just the pawn move. You go here again, creating the aesthetic structure. Your development is basically done, so it's okay to play like this where you're just concerned about pawns and aesthetic nature. And so now you do that to enable the bishop to move. The pawn moves are okay for now. He could block off the diagonal seemingly, but you can try to attack into it later on. Like, he's not going to have a great way to connect to it. See, he's missing this pawn, which is a big component in trying to do that, blocking off the diagonal. So now my next move is obviously going to be a4, which maybe isn't, this is too singular of a way to try to play for it, but I like this pawn structure a lot, so it's just my preference. I'm not even saying it's that objectively great. Now he goes king to h8, so this is where he becomes aimless, and I remember thinking the same thing to myself too, in my little stream of consciousness that I had going at the time. Like, this is the aimless part of the game, where once I get the pawn there, I don't even want to move anything. I don't know what I'm doing. The development is done. We're in the middle game. And so we both become totally aimless because we don't know what we're doing. And I'm too afraid to, like, this structure is so good, so I never want to move any of them, even if there is a good time to do it or you're meant to do it somewhere. I'm happy with the position of everything. Like, I don't want to do anything besides maybe move that there. And so now I certainly go bishop to b2. Or no, wait. b3. Or wait, maybe I did that in the wrong order. Or no. He castled, and then I moved the pawn, and then he moves there. Now, that's obviously a bad move. It doesn't do anything. There's no relevance. If anything, it puts it more in the diagonal with that, but even that's not too bad, good or bad one way or the other. Now, I do the developing move here. Bishop to b2. That's a good diagonal going towards the king. The only question might be, again, whether he can block it or not, which there might be ways to deal with pretty well. But that's the correct structure that I'm going for, at least. If you can get structures like this, it's good. The only way I guess it's better is if you have, it's a split structure, but it depends on the bishop. So the light square bishop is here, let's say, covering on there, and then, like, I can't really picture it exactly. The light square bishop is here, being covered by that, or covering there. Like either or. You could even have a weird structure like that, but no, you wouldn't have the pawn here. You would have it like this. You would have this pawn covered by the dark square bishop, and then you would have this pawn covered by the light square bishop. So that's like the ideal optimal bishop pair. So even though they are split, they depend on the fact that the two bishops are there for cover. Otherwise, they would be bad. So now here, what do we do next? He goes g8. Now he starts to move the king maybe back and forth a little bit like a clown because we're both in aimless territory. Bishop b2, then he goes g8 again. He goes king to g8. It's a highly instructive game, by the way. Just don't do what he's doing. He went to g8 just to come back to h8, and I'm questioning, like, what the heck is he doing? And then we go to a4 and finish my development, and then I don't know what I'm doing either. Hey, Yui, how's it going? Yeah, this is the kind of structure that I would just love to, like, pass a turn now and just do nothing and wait for him to make a mistake, which thankfully he does. But let's see, what does he do next? He goes a4. Or I go a4. Man, I really don't know notation. Then he goes queen to b6. So let's see what the logic of this move is. If you're going to actually try to rationalize moves like this is the best time to do it, is in the middle game, because in the opening, either it's just like you already know just because you studied it, or it just kind of goes without saying. There's just the right and wrong way of doing it. So now, but here you do have to actually be a little more creative, and this is the part I enjoy, but I'm losing so much in the opening randomly that I think what happens is I just get tilted by it too. Just the fact that people seem to know what they're doing in certain lines. So all you need to do is study that one line. In fact, somebody did some challenge like that where they were beating like really good players, maybe not title players, but they would beat like 2000 because they would study these very specific lines that they would know super well. So if they played that way, they could win, but any other way, they wouldn't know what they're doing. Good, today is Switzerland's national holiday. Nice. You get the day off or something? So here, what does he do next? Why does he bring the queen there? Doesn't do an attack there, doesn't do an attack there. So that's not a particularly great move. It doesn't even cover a pawn, really, so I can't really vouch for that move. You have holidays anyway? Cool. So he went b6. So now I go rook to e1. So arguably this is obviously a good move, but then I arguably should have done it sooner just to pin down as if towards the king, but I guess I didn't see that as too credible of a threat. So now the good thing about this is it's not covered, so it forces him to come there. But what ends up happening is I end up double stacking on here, and then that creates a real problem because if he moves this, I can double take. Or no, it doesn't happen yet. The threat ends up basically being I take here, then if he takes, then I can double take on the rooks, right? So that's where the double stack comes in, and it might even be with the queen because it's a little bit harder to do it. You know, it's hard to get the queen out of the way to be able to double stack with the rooks here. Now, in this situation, he would go rook a to e8, which is in itself, that's an instructive move. Why would you move this one when you could move that one? There's no threat on this square like ever. There's no light square bishop on the board. And so why would you constrain this movement of this one when you could just go there instead? Tomorrow I'm going to Turkey for 10 days, so maybe I'm not able to watch your stream. Oh, that's fine. What are you going for? Work or just vacation or something? You go here instead, right? You never want to constrain this. You want to give each bishop some room to breathe, or each rook, I mean. So he's making a lot of bad moves, but that's besides the point. E2. So now I'm raising it to put the queen behind, which is sometimes better because then, you know, you never want to lead with the queen. When it comes to double stacking, it's not ladies first because, you know, it's the more valuable piece, so you don't want to give it up. Vacation with the family. Okay, so now we have the double stack scenario. So his big thing here is all he would have to do is move the bishop. If he just moves the bishop, everything's fine. Because even if I take the rook, he takes back, it's fine. He has the open file, I can't do anything. But he makes a major mistake by leaving it there. So it's a simple double calculation threat of just a couple moves. That's not that big of a deal, but you already see what's going to happen. The queen goes here, the bishop goes there, you take, then I just take both. And then it's also a back rank, or it won't be a back rank scenario because that can go there, but. So next up is a d4. d4. Now that's a credible way to try to block that threat, but we end up dealing with it, I guess, pretty easily here. So d4 blocks the diagonal for the dark square bishop. Then we go knight to c4. Attack the queen. This is what I call like a cheeky threat. It doesn't really accomplish anything, but it's just a way to kind of bother them and hope they make a mistake. Maybe he's a 1,000 rated player, so you'll fall asleep and blunder the queen. You shouldn't play like that. In fact, that's one of my biggest weaknesses is on one hand, I go for trades a lot. On the other hand, I just do a lot of these cheeky threats that are like, oh, I hope they make a mistake. And sometimes they do. So you get rewarded for playing moves that are kind of purposeless and get you behind in the long term against better players. So here he goes queen to c7. You too. Yeah, I think there's such a temptation. It's not even a question of being good or not. It's just a question of being lazy. Like, I just want it to be easy, so I just want to get it over with. You're not really putting forth your full potential all the time. So he just moves away. That's fine. I can't really decide where the queen should go there. That would be better. But a lot of these supposed threats that he's doing are not really doing anything. Neither of those were good. This isn't good. This isn't good. Like, he's not doing anything. So he's playing passive. I'm playing passive. But at least he's giving me, in his passivity, a good threat to go after. So we see the obvious double stack coming up. Wait, where am I at? I go to d2. Now, even this I question. Why am I going to d2 with the queen? I should just go here and just do the threat. But because the pawn is there, I guess not. So why did I go here? I don't even know. Oh, I'm trying to double stack with the other rook. Just get the queen out of the way like I was saying. But it would have been theoretically credible if you did it this way too. Just, you know, put the queen behind and it's still composing the same double stack. So now at this point, I go to, he goes to, and I really hate notation. It's just so annoying, but you just have to learn it. Knight to d5. What is knight to d5? He goes there. And so now what is he trying to do with that? He can't really go anywhere forward, as you can see, so that's arguably a bad move. I could go here, and then he takes, I take, he takes, I still take. But you wouldn't want to do that because you want to preserve the diagonal off the bishop. So now you could be opposing the mate threat. Something like that might happen. So basically this pawn is a very pivotal piece. And if he could cover from here, it would be far more dangerous. But thankfully, he's let that pawn go. So now you would have to either disrupt like this to be able to take, or like this. Let's see what I do. He makes a seemingly useless knight move. Then I go rook to e1. So now this is obviously the double stack threat. So now he's in major trouble because he can't move this piece. So the best you would have to do is like try to cover it with something. Even that would be fine. Like there still are ways to deal with it, but he just refuses to move it. Now he starts to move the king again, let's say. So it sort of is padding my accuracy. It's not really a 95 game, but that's not even why I liked it. Just somehow my mood at the time was very, if I play like that mindset, at least it's the right way to go about it. Like you're actually thinking through every move. I don't know how long I actually took in the game. So now goes knight to f6. 7 f6. What does that even mean? Just from the, like, so you know which one we're talking about. 7 to f6. So here, now you have the knight covers knight connection, so it ends up being the same sort of threat. I could take here, and then if you take, then I could double take. The only problem with it is it would require this knight to vacate and this pawn to go away. So somewhere here, I'm going to target the pawn and try to make something happen with that, but I still don't know exactly how. Now, queen c1 happens. I don't know exactly why I'm doing that. One of those passive throwaway type of moves that doesn't seem to do anything. I don't really agree with that. The queen was already out of the way. You already got the double stack you wanted, so you don't need to do that. Now, king to h8, so now he's just clowning around. It's like we're both aimless, right? Two royal, idle kind of moves where you just move the king or the queen in some pointless way. At least the queen you can sort of rationalize, but there's no reason to ever move the queen like that. Queen g6. b6. How would I do that? So he's moving the thing, or g5. Yeah, that would be a good threat. You're attacking. So now he goes there, and then what happens? He does this like 3 times where he moves the king back and forth again and again. He does it again after this too. Knight to h4. Which knight can even go to h4? Wait, I don't do that. Or do I? d8, knight to h4. That seems like a ridiculous move. But I guess the reasoning is that you would go here and then you'd be threatening that again. So I end up not doing it with the bishop at all. I kind of confused myself. I even thought I was going here. Now you go here so that you're threatening that with too many things. So if he moves away, I get to double take. Then knight d4 and take with the bishop. Knight d4. I'll just sack the knight for it and then take. And yeah, that would probably lead to the same threat. Although even there, because of the presence of the other knight, I would take, he could take, and then I still wouldn't. I don't know. Yeah, this is even going differently than what I remember. So we put it on h4, which seems weird to me even as I'm looking at it, but he's not doing anything. He's letting me have the threat. Then we go knight to f5, which is a great move apparently, because we are kind of hammering this threat over and over. You would have played queen g5. Oh, if I would have played queen g5. So now there's really nothing you can do at this point. I don't know how it defines a great move. Actually, now he makes the blunder by going again. So this is hardly... Wait a second. How does it say it like that? He went to h8. Then... F5, then he goes to G8, but he can't, or, okay, he goes to G8. Wait, something's wrong with the ordering of this. How does he go to G8 at this point? Or no, wait. I go H4, he goes H8. Somehow the king's positioning is not accurate. I maybe made an extra move with it. Because he's supposed to be on G8 now. Moving to H8, then he moves back. But whatever. The point is, we go here, he goes there. And then we just do queen to G7. Or no, he does. Wait, what the heck am I looking at? I don't know what this notation is. F5. Or no, I don't even bring the knight there. Maybe that's why I'm confused. I go F5, then he goes G8. And then I go queen to G7, but it doesn't seem to even be possible. Queen to G7. Or I'm taking a rook. Why does it show the queen icon for that? This makes no sense. So I take here, I guess. Wait. I still don't even get it. It's not G7. What is G7? I would go here and then be threatening it, but I don't know. It looks like the notation's actually bugged, because how could it just skip a move like that? It's saying you go there. I guess I go there and then he just resigns is the point. But I never took on G7 then. I'm just threatening G7. The point is that was a reasonably instructive game despite his clown behavior moving back and forth. But at least as far as the development, I think it represents my style of play pretty well. I trade maybe too much. You take an opportunity to trade there that he didn't have to give you. And then you're trying to get your little beautiful pawn structure. You're trying to get your bishop diagonal, which didn't end up actually paying off. But, you know, he gives you a very basic threat here just to do the double stack. Why is this final move so crushing with the queen? That's not even what happens, actually. This is good because you're threatening an uncovered... or no, you are threatening a covered... This is covered, this is covered. So it still feels like almost you need another threat. But you're threatening mate, but you're not threatening... I don't know, something seems still wrong about it. You could take... Then he'd have to take, but... Maybe I didn't translate it 100% accurately. You'd be going, oh, I get it. I just understood my own great move. You go here so that you're threatening both mate and one and the triple threat on there. So then he can't possibly save both. And if he moves this now at any point, then I can just double take it anyway with the rooks. Yeah, that's how I should analyze games as I'm playing them. And by that meaning, I should play like 1 hour games. Exactly. I totally forgot, actually. I forget when that was. That was like on Thursday. I was just like in my car playing a random game. Okay, so I have to definitely play better here, or I might just be close to failing if I lose a couple games. I always go on these good streaks where I'll hit like a checkpoint, so I just have to not be impatient with it. Like I'll get to 11:50, then I should stop. But the problem is I just don't have so much time. So the time pressure is twofold, both within the course of a game where you only have 10 minutes, but within the course of just like life in general, where you don't have the time to do it every day for 10 hours and just really commit to it. Which I don't think I'd even want to do, but like if I was some sort of big streamer, I would at least make a point to do that. Like if I was streaming 12 hours a day or something, then sure, I would play chess at least 2-3 hours a day. And at least then you get some sort of a familiarity with it, as if you should need to do that at 1100 rating though. These ones I didn't even review, or does it not even let you review? Because yeah, I would have to readjust its settings to. Interview is not currently working, because it's obviously a different mode anyway. So it'll tell you how. You know, how good you played as if it was a normal game, but you're trying to play as bad as possible. So your accuracy would be the lower the better. Just it's like send upon loss with the 3 check thing. Or like, what's that one? Anti-chess, where you actually are trying to lose as quickly as possible. I'm surprised they don't get in trouble for that icon, because it's like some sort of satanic upside down cross is like an offensive imagery. Like how in Oppenheimer, they're all offended by, oh my goodness, he's reading the Hindu scripture while he's having sex with the girl or something. Like that's the most offensive thing ever. Never mind the fact that it's a movie about dropping nuclear bombs. Okay, so I'll do a couple more. But yeah, like, how do I lose one like this? I don't get it. We're sort of losing out of the opening because I have to be very aware of the pin. Like, out of the 2 scenarios, I'm worried about 2 things here. I'm worried about the fact that he might take there and sort of trap the bishop inside, but that's okay. The bigger issue for me, at least given my playstyle, is I don't want to play this messy position where he pins it down and everything goes to crap. Even though it's not losing, it was perfectly fine. Your pawn is here, and this one gets taken, and then you have to do all kind of other weird stuff. So I don't want to play like that. Just go here, prioritize that. But what do I do instead? I just move a random pawn that has nothing to do with anything. You don't need the cover. This isn't under threat. You just have to kind of measure the opening a little better. I think I'll upload that thing, just an example of my style of chess play, because I don't upload too many chess videos as much as I play chess, so that's part of why I wanted to do it. Just like that'll show an example of my evaluation and calculation and highly instructive play. And unironically, it is, though, for like 1,000 rated players. It's just that I shouldn't be that still. I now have to help my family with preparation for the National Day. Okay, see you later. Alright, let's try to take it seriously. I don't really have much cushion to not take it seriously now. We're getting in the danger zone. We've been sort of up and down so much here that when I go on a good streak, I should just stop for a bit. Let's see. Putting the bishop there here is okay, but then if you go like this and this, then it's not okay. But if you did go like that and that, you'd be able to check, so it would be fine. They're already calculating variations in the first 2 moves because I don't know what I'm doing. So here it would be nice given this, but you won't be able to do it in time. He'll already be there, but it won't have a cover. But again, you can't really do it, so nothing's under threat. He's going to put that there, which isn't a big deal. You could let him take and then even do it there. But see, that's kind of the thinking here. Like, it's okay to double stack the pawn, but then you end up blocking the own diagonal with the light square bishop. But I guess I assume I'm going to trade one of these bishops off, and it'll probably be that one. For now, that's fine. So we have to stop any sort of pin or any other idea here. And so if I'm able to... not able to do anything with that, we don't want this to happen, but now it should be okay. Unless you do some sort of cheeky move with this that would allow you to pin. Like, that is one of my weaknesses. Kingside pawn pushes are a weakness. Pinning stuff down is a weakness. Sometimes just aesthetic pawn structures are a bad style of play. So this I can't do still, though. And the reason why is because, you know, he could still just move it. He's almost setting up to go like that. And then if I take, I could take. He could still take. You should almost, like, he's putting so much pressure on this square that you should almost put the knight there just to reinforce it. He could just take it, but you have to assume that the knight's so bad he wouldn't want to take it, and it's also not the worst square to double stack. Now here I run into a little bit of a problem, because I want to get the bishop out, but either of these moves is going to leave the horse in an undesirable spot. So either you want to move the knight away, or you want to accept which one is going to be taken. So, but see, I still almost want to put the bishop there, so it doesn't make sense. Or what I almost do, which was probably not a good line to do, is I go here with the queen, and then I go there, and then I go there, or whatever. I just wouldn't have a choice but to go there now. He never gave me the chance at any point to pin down the knight. So this guy hates pins almost as much as me. So now, this you wouldn't even be able to do at all. He would take, I would take, he would still take. It's almost like you could do this and then just move. Now here's where I get kind of lost. I want to put this here, but I can't figure out how to do it. I go here, I go there, but how do I get rid of the pawn without getting in the way of this? Like, I'll still try to do it. If he goes there, I could just take it. Hyper accelerated dragon variation. Okay, I would take. Now, I could still do it because it would be all, you know, just good trades, but there's no scenario where I can think of really not taking, because that pawn structure would probably be worse. So I could take a pawn, he could take, I could take, he could take. Wouldn't really be worth it. I could move this all the way back, or I could do this. So here's kind of part of the point of a bishop pair sometimes, is like, oh, they can block off one of the squares, one of the diagonals, but if you have both, they're not going to be able to block off both, or it's very difficult to do that. So it's very hard to get a situation where you have both diagonals going perfectly, and that is the stuff of masters, where, you know, you're gonna actually just dominate. But then again, you would think a master player wouldn't allow you to do that in the first place. Let's go all the way back, and the one move that perplexes me is still what to do with this pawn, because that double take is very annoying. He could go there and block the dark square diagonal, but then thereby giving me the light square diagonal. That's almost how you should think about the bishop pair, but not really, because you won't be able to. You should try to still get both, but I just don't know how to do it. I'm moving this so that I could go there, so that he could take, which is a questionable situation for sure, but I can't think of where else to put the knight. Or it's the same situation as before there. I'm mostly trying to get the knight out of the way. Now you're going to see some sort of precedent for bringing the rooks to the open file on the e file, but it just doesn't concern me that much. So I'm very obsessed with this diagonal, which I can't even do because I still can't even do it because of his bishop there. It's almost like you should go here, and then you'd be able to do it, and then you'd certainly be able to do the he'd be attacking there, and then that would open the king as well, right? You have to be aware of the this is why I like 30-minute games, because I could take my time and analyze it as much as I want, and then I might still lose. That's fine, but so he'll effectively block that. So let's just wait on this, try to get one of the knights out of the way. This is an okay spot to put it for now. You can pretty much guarantee he's going to go d4, and this knight can move anytime it wants, so I shouldn't be too concerned about it. I can't really think why that would be a problem. He'll go here, and then I'll go back in, and then I can go here or there or whatever. He could attack on there. I could just take it. That would be a scenario where you do block both diagonals, but with a pretty weak double stacked pawn structure. So I should just get one of these out of the way. This could be dangerous because it doesn't have any cover behind from the rook itself, but he goes there. I could simply take it. It wouldn't be a big deal at all. I'm just going to ignore everything that's happening and go for an unrelated threat, which probably isn't a good move, but like, look at how hard I'm thinking about this. Is this really what 1100 rated chess is supposed to be like? Because it wasn't ever like that before when I played on any of these sites. It's obviously just to blame on all the big streamers and stuff, which is in a way a good thing, but in a way just weird. Like, everybody wants to act like, oh, I'm the next Magnus Carlsen because you're watching Hikaru or whatever, and you want to be the next Hikaru. So now this is bad because then it would open his rook as well, but it's what I've been wanting to do the whole time. Or even putting it back there would be good. But he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So I could do this, but there might be some sort of unforeseen complication with that too. I almost just want to trade off the dark square bishop because he's not going to let me do anything with it. That's why getting a bishop pair is almost impossible. You would have had to eat the bishop with the knight earlier in the game, and then you would be able to do it. But here you can always just block for it. Oddly enough, he's going there instead. I mean, you could set up for this, but it's not going to work at all. It's just... Oh, and see, that is good because... Or you know what? You should set up for it then, because but it doesn't even work. The reason why that's important is because of the simple fact that now you would win the pawn there. So I even just said that could be an issue. You could go here as if to threaten there. If you go there, I could end up being close to getting trapped, but now I'm going to start to get low on time. So we're not really threatening the mate. We could threaten it like this, but there's so many options of how to not be affected by it. I mean, okay. The point was to stay connected to this, but that's just not going to happen either. Right, because he was successful in trying to push me out with that. So that was kind of a good move, actually, by him. I can't deny it. This is going to get very dangerous now. Possibly trap my queen, all just to try to save a pawn. We're also threatening there, but again, it's just not going to amount to anything. You raise the pawn I could take. This is like backing your way into a threat. Like, I'm being threatened, but because my development is okay, I end up getting a threat out of their threat just by playing defensively. Which is maybe my dream come true, but I'm more just about attrition. Like, I'll win just because they'll make a mistake eventually. But even that still wouldn't even be made. He covers there. The big thing is I'm just trying to do this, like... Or maybe I shouldn't even bother now because he's been so annoying about it. Then it allows him to come there. So the point is he would take, I would take, he would take, but I could still take, so it doesn't matter. So we go here, let's say. Or if I could do like some sort of double threat, like I'm threatening there and the queen, I'm threatening there. You could just take. It's a very tough position to figure out because there are probably some good threats here. This allows the queen to escape. The double take is a concern, but I can't do anything about it. And this would kind of address both, I guess. It also allows the queen to potentially escape. You're kind of hanging the knight, which I don't even know how that happened. But I was threatening mate in one, I guess. Tough spot to be in. As usual, the knight ruins everything. The point is you might lose a pawn here, but other than that, I can't figure it out, so... Hey there, you double stack a pawn. You could also lose a pawn somewhere along the line. So here is okay. I'm down to 1 minute. I mean, look at this. This is me playing the right way, but it's my fault, I guess, for choosing this format. But I guess I had been doing the other one for so long, 30 minutes, that it feels almost right. You're putting a lot of pressure on this square. In fact, an insane amount. But it won't matter somehow. Take with the knight. He takes back. I take back. Now this would be setting up for some sort of unleashed take. At the very least, it's a free pawn. If you take, I obviously take. More than likely, you'll probably just move the king. Which now I don't know what to do about it. And in fact, it turns into a case where maybe the knight could get taken. Oh my god. Try to do something. 30 seconds left. We're still covered by that more than adequately. I don't really know what good it's doing. Just try to trade. Try to trade everything. I probably had a much better threat there, but he still ends up winning the pawn, or not really, though. I mean, just try to trade everything off. That's kind of sad, though. See, if you play it like that, you'll still do better in concept, but then if you lose on time, it is what it is. Or now, like, oh no, I'll blunder a piece, like, oh, because I'm such a bad low-ranked player, but it's only because of time, so... I could try to double attack this, but 14 seconds left. Like, let's go Super Saiyan mode like some of these people do. We're posing a reasonable threat back to back. We go here. You actually win the piece, but it just doesn't matter, does it? I don't think he can do anything about it, really. Oh my god. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to be able to win within that period of time. Unless I get some crazy unleash, which I actually might get. Because then he goes there, then I go there, then I take, but I still won't be able to do it. That's where you should almost just try to squash his pawns because it might be like timeout versus insufficient material. Like, I'm not going to be able to win. I don't even see how you would win. Five seconds, like, just do something, dude, please. I don't care. Or try to promote here, but it's going to be very difficult. Like, nothing he does should be able to stop me from doing that. Hello? Okay, it's still in the process of doing it. I won't be able to mate, though. I'm going for insufficient material. I can't do it. You cannot pre-move mate, dude. Or we'll somehow get a stalemate. Yeah. Draw by... Or no, we actually do get that instead. Like, I'm fine with that, generally. Because we took what should have been a loss and turned it into a draw. And it would have been more so a loss on time. He didn't even play that well. Like, isn't this stupid? Like, just get faster. Just study so you don't spend 15 hours in the opening. Very, very idiotic game. That's a great move. That's fine. Could have just took. He could have took and accepted the fact that I take here because it's apparently not that bad, even though it certainly looks very scary. That's a blunder. You should always just let it play, but he made a great move just to get out of the check. He gives me a very crazy threat towards the end, which is surprising. It's almost like that subliminal time pressure. Like, because I'm low on time, he feels like playing faster too, even though that happens to me all the time. Might not make sense, but it's a miss, but it's a miss that leads to a win, but only because he plays it the wrong way. That's a great move. That's a great move. Two great moves back to back. Actually going Super Saiyan mode, but not leading to a win. I should have been able to mate there too. I just get kind of lazy in those situations because it doesn't feel like it should come to that. But that was the right way to play it too, because I took all the pawns, so it would have been, even if I timed out, it would have been insufficient material too. Like, it wouldn't be that hard. Oh, just learn the mating pattern, but am I really going to want to do it in that short a span of time? If I go there, like, it would still have taken a few more moves, so... At least if you can survive a game like that, that's a little bit encouraging, maybe. I could draw every game if I really wanted to, but then why even bother playing? But that's just the name of chess itself. Or that's one of my favorite lines that I've said about chess, like, over the years. I hate studying and I hate... wait. What is it? I hate studying and I hate... What was the other? Oh, I can't remember it now. I have so many chess-related quotes, surprisingly. Even when I wouldn't play chess really that much, just I would talk about it. I wrote a short story about it, all these kind of weird things. Oh, I hate draws and I hate studying. Also, I play chess. Who am I? The biggest masochist in the world. It's like in some kind of a... Wait. Why did it say that? Makes it seem like I'm setting myself a challenge. Or yeah, I'll just win like 188 games like that. 178 games to get up by draws that way, because that did actually give me a rating. Like, hooray, I gained 50 rating today. Oh, that means you won a bunch of games? No, I didn't win a single one. I just spammed draws. You can do this and already trade for it. There. Like, it's a forced sequence, unless you want to go here, but then that makes you feel like you're just going back and forth. You have to hope he doesn't do that, but you also have to hope that you don't allow this to happen. I'm very paranoid about the pins now, because... whenever they pin the knight with the bishop here, it's always a disaster, or it at least makes me uncomfortable. Now, the knight can certainly trap it in there. This might be a scenario where going there is okay because you can't move the knight, but there's no other pressure that I can put on the knight, so it doesn't matter. You can do that, and you probably should do it, but you don't. Now I'm getting too concerned with the pawn positions and everything, but this is an ideal structure for me. Now all I have to do is complete the development. You go like there, 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 there. Then you have the proper bishop pair. Yeah, just make those 50 moves, and you get the optimal bishop pair positioning, which also required that he just didn't try to take it with the knight either, which he could have easily done. Now I'm almost encouraged to take, but I guess I won't take. I could let him take. I could trade. At least now there's no pin possibility, so it's actually okay. We were playing like sub 1100 players and still getting kind of clown. It really does feel like 1,000 rated players is the same as a 1,500, or like there's very little difference between them, and there's such insane inconsistency about them too. Now that's not something I expected to happen, so I guess I should have just taken. Because I can't move either. But the worst that's going to happen is you're just going to open the king, so I guess I have to deal with it. The one time I try to be disciplined and not trade is where you decide to actually punish me for it. That's the one time where you should trade. That's a big mistake on his part to not take, because now I can do this. The reason why that's so good is because he could have guaranteed the double trade and the opening of the king, so now you're in a much better spot. You try to secure, at least close off one diagonal. This is a mildly scary threat, but you should be able to address it. You know, I have all these pieces to develop, but I don't feel it right doing it. And so this is really the more important point. Just cover this. Now it becomes somehow difficult to develop the dark square bishop because of the simple fact that you're not able to do it without losing the pawn. So you can almost do the knight first, and then if he decides to take, I would take. I don't know how else you would ever do this. You could do it like this and then kind of reorient the pawns later, but I feel like that might be a mistake. I'll try it, I guess. The light square bishop is going to be okay here, but maybe not the dark square bishop. This double attack doesn't do a whole lot. Or did we actually just trap it without even realizing that I trapped it? Come on, man. I'm just not... I hate it. Like, I just can't do what I would normally do. Just like, I'm not saying I should be seeing like crazy things 5 moves ahead, but I can't even see what's in front of me. I don't know what it is. I would have to play over the board, or I don't know what other excuse I can come up with. Not that I ever really do that anyway. I'm just not even treating it like it has any significance. Now here you could like double take. It would lead to you. I would take, but then you could take. It's not really worth it to do that, but it could be difficult to do anything here still. You have the knight cover. If you end Pizan, it would be okay. And so now you have the good diagonals going. If you move up, I can't take... Oh, that was a horrible move, though, because I should have done it in such a way that you leave that pawn there. Oh, God. That could become very annoying as time goes on. There's nothing I can do with the dark square bishop either. You have to almost try to take this one, which is also very difficult to do. Not going to give him a promotion like right away, but It's also scary as far as this pawn, but I don't know how you really... I don't know how you really get rid of it. I should just go here. He goes totally the other way. Now, if I was to take, that could be potentially bad too, but if he keeps going, it's also bad. There could be some sort of a king thing here, like he comes down, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. I just need to get the thing out there. If I let him keep going, it could be a disaster. But presumably he's not going to let me take there. So like keep going, I would take attack. So he's had a couple opportunities already to do it, but he's kind of letting me. He'll take there, allowing him to take. He's not going to do it when the queen's under threat. He traps his own bishop, and I don't even see it. And even when I make the move that does end up trapping it, I still don't see it. That at least lays off the threat of the whatever. And then he won't be able to take here either. It lays off the threat of the double diagonal going towards the king. Okay. Or like, that's also my bad tendency. Even when I'm winning, I somehow get tilted by both losing and winning because I don't feel like I can maintain it for a very good period of time. We actually had just the rook he could have taken. And of course I see it as I'm doing it, but yet I just don't care. Which is not really much of an excuse because it's more just like, you shouldn't play like that. So he goes to, let's say, a dark square. We could give a check. I could have pinned that knight down to the rook potentially too, but at least just good development, I guess. Free development. If you go to there, I could go to there. If you go to there, I can't do anything. We could double stack. He could unleash the knight, and then he's attacking the bishop, potentially take for free. I don't see where the knight is going to go that's so good, though. Or he could put it like there, and then... No, but I could still take it. My biggest mistake was when I was at 1236, like a month ago, when I first came back here. I shouldn't have... I don't know. I went on like a really bad streak that shouldn't have been allowable. So even here, I wouldn't mind double taking if it meant that... If it meant that you could take both rooks, but you have to take there. I don't know where I can even go with this now. I could go... No. He's not posing any like double threat or super meaningful threat. Here, I'm trying to think like what he could be doing with the knight. Which nothing really seems that crazy. You have to remember this diagonal is still going strong for him, so he does have a couple interesting mating threats that could come about, but for now they're fine. I almost want to just get this out of the way. But even though I was leading there, I'm still even up one pawn, but now my position doesn't seem that good. He could easily just take that one back. But that's good because that's kind of what I wanted to do anyway. Unless I want to do a cheeky threat on the queen, but I think I'd rather not. So again, it still doesn't let him come in with the knight in any meaningful way. He could take the rook, but I don't see a double take opportunity. I should just threaten the queen with one of my rooks. Now I can't even do. I still have the open file. He can't give a check or anything. He could go there if it wasn't for that, because that's the peculiar move where I can't take because I'd be in check. You have to treat every game like its own thing that really matters, like a boss battle, basically. How I would analogize the 30-minute games, but it doesn't work because, you know, you don't have enough time to really appreciate it here. You double stack there, so he kind of flips the threat on its head. So if he was to unleash the knight, I get to just take. Or, frankly, I could do that anyway. If I could do this, the best move here might actually be a king move, or even this, because you can't move the knight otherwise. No, but I also can't move it because then he would take there. I'll just do that cheeky threat, because even you think, oh, there's some unleash, but there's really not, because I would just take it for free. If you go there, I could double take. If you go there, I could take, but I wouldn't want to take, so you could go there now, yeah. But again, it doesn't matter. I should almost have tried to double threaten, but it wouldn't have mattered still. The pawn threat would have been good, which maybe I could still do. If he moves the knight, then I go like this, then he has to move it, and then I take, and then I can always come back. I always see the bishop's opening thing flash at the beginning there, like that's what it's going to be called, but I rarely see it play throughout the whole game. It always changes into something else, so even the engine can't decide what kind of clown opening you're actually playing, because even you as the players themselves at this rating don't really know. So that's pretty good. And now you should be in a case where you could actually do this. I saw this in a puzzle one time. Right, like I'm just going to go for it, even if I don't know exactly. We could unleash in to take the queen, probably. Because you go there. I could check from here. And that should basically be mate, but I'm not even 100% sure. If you had gone behind, you know, you could unleash and take. Huh. Unfortunately, I can't take anything now, or I can't check at all now. He's posing the threat on both the rook and the bishop. Or wait, how did we somehow end up attacking the queen this way? Maybe that had nothing to do with the threat. He didn't address the threat. I do that. Now all I had to do is take the queen, but I'm clearly not even paying attention. We can take the bishop, it's fine. And he can take that back, which is also fine. I could check and then take. Okay, so that obviously snowballed very quickly for him. I didn't even notice that he's hanging the queen. I was more concerned about him attacking the rook and just the fact that I would take there. But obviously he set up for a disastrous threat for himself either way. So now I could set up to take, but I still wouldn't be able to take. Even this one was kind of exhausting for a whopping 6 rating. It's amazing that even though I complain about 10-minute games for I complain about 10-minute games for the sake of, yeah, what is simply now like 2,000 rating probably. Yeah, that's actually the one who, or I wonder what he is on here though. That puts Andre to shame, because as much as Andre seems to take it seriously, Simply seems to have had a better better growth rate. I don't know exactly how, or maybe that just seems inflated because of the chess style. You got to like 1900 on there. Let's actually see what his rating is. They kind of hide away the friends thing. I will become a GM, which he's made actually pretty good progress. He's 15 in that. He's like almost 18 in that, though. Look at this, dude. You have to understand, we started playing at basically the same time, at least like, you know, when I returned to streaming. It was the beginning of last year, like February of last year, and he was worse than me, and now I'm pretty much the same as I was then. Like I was 1,000 or 900 then on here, right? And even then I would say, oh, well, I'm just not in my groove, whatever, but I guess I'm still not in my groove. And so he went from 900 to like 1,800, which almost doesn't even make sense how that's possible. But obviously he must be studying and taking it seriously. But that is an insane... That is actually very impressive. Like, what are these games? Like, how much better could these people be than me? They can't be. But they just know their openings and stuff. Like, they're not doing anything that special. They're probably still blundering queens, which kind of supports my theory that, you know... Okay, they're already doing something weird, though. Like, it supports my theory that there's not that much difference between these levels, but you just have to brush up on stuff. So he gives up a pawn there, but that's not even what he's supposed to be doing. I mean, see, it maybe makes each of these games look so simple and easy, but it's all these little things that they make it look easy because they know what they're doing. But if you messed up any one of these moves, you're gonna get screwed. You create a triple stack, he makes a brilliant move. Like, I'm even mocking, like, oh, these people aren't going to be that good. And then we have a brilliant move within the course of the first game that we look at. Like, what is this? Just casually making brilliant moves? Like, what is this? Oh, my God. No, we got to see Andre play him. And then we'll have a really good match. But he's better than Andre then. In just a years of time. Oh, wait, that's not what I'm looking at. Here. It shows like he's not even online. Yeah, then I can take credit. I inspired him to be this dedicated to chess, because if even a clown like me can be 1,100-1,200, not that that's even good. But if a clown like me is even playing chess, then why wouldn't he? That's actually a big deal. I mean, 1,800, you're like top 1 percentile on here, I guess, because even I'm... Well, what happened? Even I'm like one top 12 percentile at 1,100, which makes no sense, but it just shows you there's a lot of bottom feeder clowns. But then again, I am one of them, too. I have to really pace myself and basically do a 24-hour stream today and tomorrow. That's just normal chess experience. But I have to not get tilted by two things have been tilting me. One is that they play openings that are like gambit heavy and traps and stuff like that. And then the other is just that... I don't know, like just... It's mainly openings, I think, that are doing it. Or like even when I'm winning, I get super impatient. You have to see, like, there's a million games like that I do. Like, I'll be up +3 or +5, and then I give it back to them because I just get impatient or I kind of get lax. So you have to have the killer instinct and stay focused and just play the same way the whole time. In chess, you must be like a swan, never too high, never too low, right? They never go underwater or touch the water, and they never go completely as high as other birds. They always stay somewhere in between. They're not pelicans, and they're not eagles or hawks or whatever. Some kind of weird analogy like that I used before. That's one thing I like about chess, actually. It might not be a litmus test of intelligence the way that sometimes people say, or that it's shown in fiction so much, like, oh, you're so smart. Code Geass does that pretty flagrantly, like, oh, you know, Schneisel and Lelouch play chess, and he can't beat Schneisel, so therefore, like, they're both military commanders, and, like, doing all these other things strategically, and obviously they're both very smart, but that doesn't mean they'll automatically be at chess. Like, as a joke, you could show, like, in the abridged or something version of the series, like, oh wow, there's this grandmaster in the world who's 10 times better than both of them because he actually spends all day studying chess, whereas they don't have time to do that because they're, focused on obviously other higher priority things. So it doesn't really work the way that they show it in a lot of fictional circumstances. But what I think it actually is a better test of that I've realized in doing this is it's more a psychological test. Like, can you just be consistent, or it'll like reveal a lot of your weaknesses. Like, you get burnt out, or you get overconfident when you're winning, or you get sort of just burnt out. And it's a very strong mental test nonetheless, but maybe not in the way that people think. So if you're a choke artist, it'll definitely show. July 30th to August 24th. Didn't they just have the Women's World Championship? But I guess that wasn't the... This is a little different. World Cup. Let me try to take my time, but see, even when I'm winning, I'm missing a lot of stuff. So that's where you can be objective and say, you're not even playing at the right level that you should be for this level. That's what I'm missing. Like, there's something more. I don't know what it is. Okay, so Scotch game I can take, but I somehow... And then I become paranoid about these kind of things because, oh, I played this game before and I've lost, so therefore I shouldn't play it that way. Like, I don't know whether you should take here or not. I have no idea. My instinct is always just to take. Or no, I have seen this before. I've unlearned what I've already learned. Like, I've forgotten more chess than most people have ever known. Not because I know so much, but because I forget everything that I do. That's like a quote from the foreword of Neuromancer, like where he forgot more about science than most people had ever known. So we go here, take, or wait. Where do you take here that it's okay? Oh, you can do like the weird V-shaped structure that way. You're supposed to go here, and then you're supposed to like go there, I think, according to Engine. Oh my god. Like, what is the result, though? What is the point? Like, I would be there, then I would take. Right? So doesn't he have to do something more? He'll put, like, the pawn up. It might be good because it's basically like you're trading as much as possible. So if he doesn't go there specifically, I would take. Now, I don't know whether to do it or not. I have no idea. You're not going to win anything by doing this because this is an Engine decided line. This is the one that I actually remember somewhat, but I kind of forgot that it applied to this position. But it's not always in the Scotch. It'll be called something else too, or there's so many millions of variations of it. So I could take and then just let it be. Right? I wouldn't have to take again, or I could just do nothing, but I don't know how long I want to do that for. If he goes there, I could take. Like, I don't know these positions. Even though I said exactly what the optimal best thing to do in the position is, I'll just do it. Isn't that like more just me being fed up than actually knowing what to do? If you take with the pawn, I just won't do anything. If you take with that, I'll take with that. Now that doesn't scare me. There's no pin down play. These pawns could be a little bit annoying. So arguably white wins out on that because you have two advanced center pawns. Those are the two things I could use to sort of disqualify chess as a game. If the majority of games played at the highest or lowest level or whatever, at the highest level end in draws, then it means that... Oh, how do I open that in like a new tab? As if I can even concentrate while I'm doing this. I'll have to wait. If the majority of games at the highest level end in draws, that's an objectively flawed, solvable game. And on the second hand, if the... I forgot what I was even saying. on. I'll go here. I'll try to develop the Lysker Bishop, or I always get obsessed with putting it there, but that's not always the best thing to do. So this won't work very well as far as a pawn structure. I may be thinking about just trying to dive in there, but either way, let's try to just move the stuff around. If the majority of games end in draws, and what's the other thing I always say? It's not something to do with time. It's like, I don't know. The Paulson attack. The Gary Paulson came up, the author, when he was writing one of his various books about nature. Who's the bigger one trick? Stephen King with horror, or Gary Paulson with nature related stuff? It'd be like, oh yeah, which cabin is he surviving from the wild in this time? How does he keep finding himself in these situations? Because some of them are like true stories, like, oh, he actually did that, but you know, it's almost like he's doing it on purpose just for content for his books, which is fine. But now you can go here, and then if this breaks open, we'll have something good, but there's no guarantee that's going to happen, so you have to dictate the pawn movement for that exact purpose. If I was to go here, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. But if he keeps going, that's not so good. I completely forgot what I was saying with that, actually. Now you can adjust and just, like, this pawn structure still works because you're relying on the cover for the one thing here. Like, first of all, I don't know what to do with the rook either. I'm in a tunnel vision on a very simplistic threat of trying to go to the other side there, and it's not going to work. I'm more than happy to trade that, even in the context of, well, I mean, I don't really have a choice there either. Oh yeah, it's if every game at the highest level is, the majority of games are draws, but also if you can't simply learn the game by studying or by playing it, you have to study the game, like, or at least to an extent, right? Even at the low level, amateur level, if you can't simply get better at something by doing it, the best way to learn how to do something is to do it. But you can't do that with chess. You have to study even at 1200 rating, apparently. Like, no matter how stupid you think I am, which I even admit, okay, I'm not the sharpest these days, the fact of the matter is that you shouldn't need to do this here. And I don't care, you know, some people might be better or worse or faster or slower at studying, but this just doesn't make sense that you should have to do it like this. I almost don't even want to trade. Just let him trade and I'll try to take some pawns. There is a distinct back rank possibility for us here. If he goes there, he can't even go there. Go ahead and just trade. This was a very trade-heavy game that I kind of don't mind. So his pawns are all messed up, which means I should win this position, but I don't know how to. So this is the kind of situation where you could say, okay, you should study this exact position, but it doesn't mean that, like, would it be worth it now to do this? And the answer is yes, because I'll take multiple pawns. Every time he takes one pawn, I'll take two, because I'll be threatening like that. He's even baiting me. But so what? I'll take his bait. Like, what? Oh. Well, not in that sense. Or you know what? Screw it. Maybe I don't care about the pawns, because I'll come here and cover. Or no, I won't necessarily be able to. He threatens there, but I can threaten there. Or you kind of have to decide. Like, these double stacks could be a problem. Like, he'll take there, I'll take there, but if he takes there, then I'll take there. He has to decide whether he really wants to do that or not. Like, I have connected past pawns, so maybe I shouldn't even let him do that. Like, if I start to push now, it's never going to work, is it? Because he's going to have his... I have to bring my king in, I think, no matter what. but I'll push it just to save it. Now he stays on there, and I'll try to attack it with the king. We have plenty of time actually to think about it too, but you should almost just do this, because what it does is it stops his king from coming in. So now it comes down to just like this pawn going all the way. Okay, so we could try to target this, which could still be difficult. He has to move the rook away. Got to think about this a little bit carefully. He has 7 minutes, but I have 3 minutes. I just can't decide, but it's like you'd have to give up on the pawns on that side altogether. And I don't know whether that's worth doing or not. I could have come up here to try to take it. Oh, God. What if I ignore it and then I just come to the back rank at the end and he'll take there, but I don't care, man. So fucking stupid. Why am I... He's not even going to do it. I can't even do it, or I could do it. I go here, he goes there. I'm just not, like, putting forth any sort of effort. Like, he'll be able to do it still. I don't care. You could check. He wouldn't be able to come in. If I can go there, it'd be good. I could put the king on the thing there. He's going to go there, and he's going to end up covering it. So at some point, maybe I could double attack it. If he does it now, I could just take it. I should eventually try to keep pushing mine, but it won't lead to him promoting, so I don't really see the problem. Maybe he's just afraid of my promotion, and I was more scared of his, honestly. Like, you'll win this easily. Like, yeah, forget it. That's the one good thing about playing better players, is they'll see your wins and your tactics better than you do. So it's like, I think I'm losing, or like I'm winning, but I don't know how I'm winning. So he'll just resign and give me the benefit of the doubt that I would have been able to see it or convert it, when obviously I wouldn't have been able to. Gary Paulson delivers again. Another bestseller. Fuck. All these obscure random references that probably people won't even know. He wanted to play a bullet game, as if that's not already my weakness. Basically, the way my rating trajectory would go is if the longer it gets, the better I should be. But that should be true for everybody, but it's not, because what you have to understand with that idea is that they'll have more time too. So if they use their time, why would you be better, right? So it should even out, but somehow it's almost the opposite too. You can kind of cheese and flag people with your clicking skills and stuff, just in the context of, you know, stuff that you couldn't do in real life. You see certain sub 2,000 FIDE players able to get to 22, 23, 24, 2,500 in bullet, which that is an impressive 6 plus 500% inflation rating, but I don't know how much they'd be able to do that in classical or in rapid or in other formats. Subverting meritocracy in every way that you possibly can. If you put that much time that you put into trying to subvert it, into actually delivering it, you might actually get somewhere, but it just takes more effort, I guess. But says me, now I have to restore balance to the game, and what does he say in Star Wars? Like, destroy the clout chasers and bring balance to the to meritocracy. Even on one existential leg, even with bad memory, even at 28 years old, I'll still do it. But the problem is, a lot of it I'll have to do behind the scenes with studying and stuff. I just wanted to do it in a more raw sense, even if it just meant getting to like 2,000, which, I mean, theoretically anybody should be able to do, but I'm even scared to play multiple games at once because I can't even handle them. I like that tagline. I will become a GM. But see, stuff like Bullet, I get it. It's fun and you're just kind of dicking around. But this is a pretty good... like, there's no way to cheat that. Like, he legitimately is 1800 then over the course of a large number of games. The Illuminati. U.S. Chess. McQuaid Knights. And see, this accuracy might be deceptive, but again, you're playing against other people. The thing is, by like 1500, you have to know openings like the back of your hand because you're just... That's just what it is. It might not seem that impressive, but... That's the thing about chess, is everything can look the same. Like, oh, you know, I play this opening exactly the same way at my low rating, but... Oh, look at this threat. And he's a very offensive-minded player, too, so he has these kind of moments like... He's threatening both mate in one and a rook. You can't possibly save both. Like, look at what this guy is doing. Just so casually, like, oh yeah, it's just another 1700 rated game of chess. He's getting a brilliant move there. Like, obviously his opponents are making mistakes, but I don't know if I would be able to do it exactly this way. Like, would I win this game against a 1700 rated player? Probably not, because I wouldn't be in this position in the first place, right? When have I ever had the knight here and the bishop here and the queen here? Like, first of all, it's a bad thing to play the queen that overextended, right, early on, but if you know what you're doing, it wasn't like a bad thing for him either. It's just like chess is the ultimate hindsight game. Like, oh, I can understand what the world championship grandmasters are doing as I'm looking at it in the post analysis, but you're not going to see it in the course of a game. Like, or you'd have to be super patient and sit there forever to try to figure it out, but that's where it kind of breaks your whole immersion to the game. Like, anybody could do anything if you just... I wish the challenges would kind of stay around there for longer. Ace Volt. These are all like my friends though, right? These aren't... Mobsikov. Wait, why is he 1200 though? Okay, let's see who are the highest. Yeah, sorted by rating. Pendle is 2000. I don't know what Ace's thing is on here. Is it Little Fire Rat, or is it... He has so many different names. Either that, or it's Take Notes for Me. Or it's... I don't even know. Maybe he got banned off here for being too good. Simply Pop. Yeah, he's the third highest. I forget who this guy is, or... When we came across. Perpetually not good enough. You're pretty damn good, dude. 1800. Highest is 1928, and I imagine that wasn't provisional. That was just... Imagine swinging that hard, though. See, I wouldn't be allowed to do that. I'd have to delete my account. That's a good standard to have. Yeah, you can't fall below the 100 mark. Imagine doing that. Like, you're a grandmaster, and you have to delete your chess career over the board. Like, I'm 2550, and if I fall below 25, I have to retire from chess. Or take a break for 6 months, which would be tantamount to the same thing because you'll fall so far behind. So where do I rank in this whole mess? I'm like right around there. Jamie. Yeah, you could be like top percentile in this random collection of people if you just... Like, let's analyze one of his games and see, like, what is... Wait, what? 6 days ago, didn't I just play him? 0 and 3. Yeah, let's analyze. Oh, wait. Oh, the last game he played was maybe against me, or maybe he plays on chess and other stuff. Yeah, I think I respect this site more just in terms of the rating system and stuff because it seems a lot more difficult, but it maybe seems almost too difficult. He lost to an 1800, but that wasn't like a proper rated game. But the problem is these games don't go on long enough. Like, why is this? It's a 15-minute game. Wait, 1509. Why such a specific number? Or no, it's a game with increment. 15 plus 10. I mean, I could do that too if I wanted, but For some reason, I like 10-minute now because, you know, it's just so popular that that's the one, you know, that everybody's playing, and that's the one that is kind of sets a bad standard for the game because you should study more, or you should think more about what you're doing if you're trying to get better. I always recommend the faster formats. I would love to see these two actually play, which I'm sure they have before, but this is showing that he's actually unironically better, which is kind of a big deal, by 300 points. Like, how do you just do that? It doesn't show like he's in the middle of a game, does it? Otherwise... Or he shows 1500, but that's only in bullet. July 31st, 2023. 1803, which is what he's at right now. I think I was just too perceptive as a kid. Like, I understood the nature of the game, so I understood that I wouldn't like it. Like, oh, I know what it's going to take to become good or better or whatever. So, or we should just play when it's in the middle of a game, but I think people would respect the fact that I'm struggling so hard mentally with this game that I can't handle 2 games at once. It doesn't even matter whether it's rated or not. Like, I can't even think. What happened? Like, I'm doing something different than even just recently. It's not like, oh, the good old days when I was a kid. Forget about that. Like, even just years back, or even just like recently, like months ago. I don't know what. I have all these swings up and down. Or even just weeks ago, like 1 month ago, I was on at least a good stretch. Okay, so these were not very high accuracy games, so even though you're winning, these are very low rated opponents. And people always try to say, oh, accuracy doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter, but I mean, what else do you have to measure? You know, you don't really understand positions that deeply, so like, if I'm getting 60 and winning, or I'm getting 80 and losing, I still feel better about the 80 because there is some sense of what you're doing is a little better. This is clown. If you're getting 60, you're a clown. I don't care who you are. I could be playing Magnus. I still shouldn't be getting 60. Right, I'll still get destroyed, but if I have 70, 75, whatever, and that's maybe even still possible. Like, I might play okay, but it doesn't matter. You're going to get destroyed. You know, I've had 80 plus against really good opponents. It's just they're going to have 90 plus, or, you know, what would happen a lot is, like, I would have 80, 81, 82, and they'd have, like, 89, but the game was never in doubt, or, like, 87. So, like, their accuracy might not be that crazy, but you know they're going to win. You can play everything fine and still lose, is the point. And that's not like a coping mechanism like, oh, you know, somehow trying to justify losing, but... So here, let's try to analyze thoroughly. We go there. And the reason why you go there is even if you take, then you can check and guarantee the trade. So the only scenario it's bad is if you go here. Okay, that's what I just said. Now we check. Now you have the option to trade, and then you almost want to seal off like this. But the reason why that doesn't work also is because it doesn't work because, you know what you're probably meant to do, which I'm too lazy to do. Rather than trade, you're supposed to end up there, right? And then be very stubborn about maintaining that diagonal. But let's let him decide that. Let's let him decide, and I'll just go like this. The problem is I can't do that, though, because I can't allow to pin myself either. So this is like the alternate scenario of what we saw before, where, you know, instead he put the bishop there, so then I'm happy to trade. Now I'm not happy because I don't want to trade for the knight, but if I have to, I have to. This will hinder my development on the other side. Let's just castle and get it over with. Now, again, it's weird that he's letting that sit for that long. In fact, if it wasn't for that, I could have, you know, double attacked it, and then it could cause some problem. I'm still not that worried about it. What I would want to do is, you know, you might have to trace yourself back. If you go here, you're committing to the fact that you're not going to trade. So you have to be sure. I'm comfortable with trading. I don't even care, but... Or this would like force a trade in a different sense. Like now I go here and he has to take with this, otherwise I could take there. Right, so because it's covered. You would take, I would take, you can't take, or... Because it doesn't matter, right? You would take, I would take, and then you just can't take. It doesn't matter that you have a cover. I don't have to actually take. Or if you don't, then I'm just going here, then you go there, and then it's okay, actually. Or I'm more inclined to do that trade, so... We get rid of one bishop, so now I'm at least happy with doing that. It's pinned down now to the queen, so if only I could attack it with something else. I just can't figure out how to do it. Look how long he's letting this knight hang, though. Like, there's probably something very good that could have come out of it. And now here you go like this. If you raise the pawn... I can just maybe reorient where my bishop is or where my knight is because... Okay, he finally does it. It almost makes me not want to do it now because of how long that was left there. Because what's going to happen in the course of this game is the fact that the dark square bishop is already sort of negated by the fact that like I want to do it, but I can't do it. No, but it doesn't matter because if you end up here, he can go there, and then you have to trade anyway. So why not just trade on your terms? But maybe it's not because you allow a pawn to take towards the center, which is arguably a bad thing to do. But he doesn't even do it. Right, so now all I want to do is develop the dark square bishop going towards the king side, but it's hard to do that because if you go here, then he can just take. So I almost do my typical thing where I go like... I go here, and then if you go here, then if he takes, I take. So now something bad happens with the pawns. If he pushes them aggressively, he can like double take a pawn, right? Like I would take, he would take. I don't know. I forget exactly how it happens, but he's doing exactly that thing. I almost have to go here, but I can't go there. I would take, he would take, but he's not there yet. So I would go, he would go, I would take, he would take, I would go, he would go, then I would go, then he would go, and then I still can't move that. Like, I don't get it. This removes two of the threats, so you won't have to worry about pushing the pawn and getting taken there. You also don't have to worry about moving that, or you don't have to worry about developing or covering, so everything is solved by that. It's covered, it's safe from the thing. If he comes there to attack the pawn, which doesn't actually do anything, and I don't know how good of a knight position that really is. This is one of those scenarios where trading seems good, but it's probably not. Hey, that's a good central knight position for him to be in. I'm just still trying to develop here. I don't have a really good spot to go with the knight, though. It almost raises questions as to... You know, like, this isn't a bad move to make. It just might be a bad move to make right now. I think a lot of the ideas I have for like what I'm trying to do with positions are actually good most of the time, although probably simplistic still, but they're not complete. Like there's something missing from them. Like there's no reason why that should be a liability because he's double attacking, but he's not pinning meaningfully into anything. So I could go here, but then he's double attacking there. Oh. If he's double attacking there no matter what, he'll push it out with that. And so he'll move the knight. He'll move the knight and he'll be double attacking immediately into that. But if I go here, then you're in trouble too, because if you're forced to move it, then you'll be taking that. So if you try to push it out, I can simply take. If you don't do anything, then it's still a problem, though, because there's a possibility that he might... I'm very low on time already, too. There's the possibility that he might do something else, which I already forgot what it was, but if he simply moves the knight anywhere, he can take this. But presumably most of the places he's going to move the knight... Or maybe now he can't do it because now the rook can cover. So now if you were to take, still take, and there's one simple move that I can make here that would solve everything. And it's not to cover the knight. You could just move the knight and get it out of the way. So then there is no threat. But it's a stupid light square thing we have to consider as well. If you do that, you block your own attack at least. This is a series of mistakes, probably in a row. But it's all to save that pawn, I guess, which still won't be saved by doing this. Right? It still doesn't matter. Or wait. He's just annoyed by how that position goes on and on. But what is so good about that move? He's just kind of fed up with the game, but he has so much more time. And 77 versus 80. And I don't imagine I was winning by much there. Like, what was so special about that move? Or I could have done that theoretically at any point, too. But, see, it just breaks my aesthetic pawn structure, so it makes me think it's not that good. So there was nothing about those moves that should have made him resign. Why can't you just take there, though? Like, it's only a pawn, but it kind of messes up the pawns. He would take, I would take... He won't be able to really trap that in. I don't know. Some of these, like, you're winning because they're making mistakes. Some of them you're winning because they think they make a mistake, but they don't even make one. So it's kind of... They're just giving you a freebie. Yeah, learn. Wouldn't I just love to? But no, you have to put chess players in like two categories. The ones who actually study and try to take it seriously, they have to be taken on the professional level. And then the people who are just bottom feeders and improvisational players and just playing for fun and not trying to study and even making an effort to not study because it seems like it ruins the whole mystique of the game. And so the point is that there's a lot of people in the middle, like me right now, where you are willing to study or you're able to or you have, but you're still a bottom feeder at the same time. You have to at least do the best of both. I find it's helpful to take like a little break between each game, but it doesn't have to be like long. Just like take a walk. Don't immediately play another one because it's just not going to work. And so I feel like endgame shouldn't be the focus. There was some study or some quote that said like you should study middle game 60% and then like openings and stuff 20 and 20. But I feel like at the beginning you should study openings like 50%. And then maybe middle games 30 and 20 for end games, because you really can't study middle games that much. Or, you know, they're saying, oh, do tactics and stuff, but you really have to know openings because otherwise you're going to lose in them. But I guess what they mean is at the intermediate level, once you know the basics about openings, then don't worry about making them perfect and just... But I don't know. I feel like middle games are my favorite part of the game, but that doesn't mean I'm necessarily that good at them anymore. That wasn't even that good. Like, for all intents and purposes, I'm losing, or it could have turned into a loss. So if we get to that 1150 mark, I should take a break, and then we should slowly try to climb towards that 12 mark. Like, I have to really do it baby steps because I can't try to force it. Let's try to look at that game actually a little more. I mean, this is the way I would like to do it. Like, just analyze your own games and see what you're doing wrong, but sometimes it's too much to take in just one simple thing. So all this is fine. It prefers the knight there. Is there some obvious reason why it does? Just because it covers it, but I don't really know. Taking is fine. Taking is fine. Checking is actually perfect. Now, whether or not to take, I don't know. Basically, the only difference so far is it wanted me to move the knights more. It does want me to push that pawn very badly. Every move it wants me to push that pawn. Basically, seal off the dark square diagonal. So you have to accept that. So now, let's say we did that. Let's understand how the position progresses, because you have to understand my basic objection to that move. The reason why you don't do this is because you want this bishop to be useful in its life, but it won't be that. So either you have it as just like a pawn cover for these, like you go there, put the bishop there, and it covers them for the whole game until something happens, or you have to trade it off or do something else. So it becomes very difficult to understand how to use that bishop otherwise. So let's see how would the game progress then, which this is sometimes very slow at doing. Oh wait, it doesn't even let me do anything. That guy just made these as dummy moves. I'm not that bad that I would do a thing like that. Hillbilly attack, Caro-Kann defense. Isn't that like an oxymoron? Like, which is it then? Is it an attack or defense? Like how they say the King's Indian is a good offensive. The King's Indian defense is a good offensive tool. That just sums up chess in a nutshell. Like, it's so backwards. Down is up is down. Attacking is defending. Like, of course, you defend for 20 moves and then you attack. That's just how complicated the game is. You're supposed to go there. Like, where is my bishop going to be a factor? I don't know if you can use that program on stream, but I would use like Chess Base. I've never used it, but just like I should do a let's play Chess Base, and we'll like do it in a sort of immersive way and see how it works and stuff. Like, you should be able to see that. If I go on Twitch, I can see like but it'll just show like their channel. It won't show. I'm sure people are allowed to look at it, but it's just basically a more exhaustive engine than this, and all the professional players seem to use it. You're supposed to go there. Let's just try to understand. So I assume you're not meant to take. Doesn't like it already. I can't stand how slow it is. Like, I don't need it to be the top engine line. Just be fast, please. Just, yeah, 3 seconds. I don't care. Because this is still going to be good enough for me. Like, we're not trying to study at the highest level, but it just still doesn't work. One second, 32. Yeah, because 32 is not strong enough. We need the 35. Faster. 3 seconds. Number of lines, 3. It's not like I even look at what the other lines are. So here it instead wants you to develop the knight. So let's just play its game and understand. Keep an eye on the dark square bishop and try to see what is it going to do. Because I don't understand what it's going to do. It'll be here or it'll be sacked. It'll be traded. Those are the only two scenarios that I see happening. So knight f3 is best. So now we have to make a move here. But why doesn't it let me? Oh, because you're obviously pinned. Illegal move. You blocked off the diagonal successfully, so I assume that's your highest priority. But I would rather just garner it for a trade. But you saw how much difficulty I went to try to do that in the opening. Right now, you can kind of understand maybe why it values that diagonal so badly. Like, look at how many moves I made to try to get the knight out and the bishop out. Instead of doing this pawn push, which is obviously better, I go like, look. I put the knight there. Then I want to put this. Then I put the queen there to cover. Then I finally move the pawn, and then I finally would move the bishop. So all that effort, like 15 moves just to try to get a simple development of one piece, that's why I'd rather just trade it off. But let's go back to where I was in the hypothetical analysis. So the one thing you do is make this pawn move. It doesn't really matter at what point we make it. Or it kind of does. Let's make it at the first opportunity. Or like after that, then. Okay, go here. So we're castled and everything's good, right? So you block off the diagonal. I won't worry about that too much. But look at even this hypothetical. I would take, he would take, well, he can't take. You're relying on that pin. And he left that pin for way too long. Now, yeah, how does it progress? That's the same move I made last time when I was just trying to bait out whatever it's trying to do. Again, I still want to see what is the bishop going to do. That's the big question of this game. We need like a chess AI that just understands our questions and answers them like specifically. I don't care about anything about this game except for that one question. how do you use and engage the Darkstar Bishop? And I just don't know how. Chess game 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I love how Bobby Fischer is such an icon of chess, but he barely even played for that long in the professional scene. Like, you know, he won the one world championship and then he just dipped. Like, I don't need to play chess to be considered the best at it. Fuck. Already messed up. But it wouldn't be a big mess up because I could just take. Amazing how much my level of play drops within the context of time controls and stuff. I'm already playing like garbage. Oh god. Okay, we can still trap that sucker in there, I guess. Just don't give him an opportunity for a trade. He could take, I could take, but he would still be trapped. I know I like to trade, but this is ridiculous. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I'm only 700 rated here, so it shouldn't feel that bad, huh? Okay, -7. Oh my god. And like, even as much as I would complain about time, I'm not really using my time or thinking, but it feels just kind of... I'm kind of like one extreme or the other. I either play super fast or super slow. I don't like to do it in between, but then again, I'm doing rapid right now as we speak. He played pretty sharp though, like very fast. Good moves. I mean, obviously I lose. All right, let me try to take it a little bit more seriously. Okay, that's good. You go ahead and bring the knight. Then you give the check. I'll bring this, and then if he tries to attack there, it's a little bit of a question. Or we could go here and then kind of reverse the thing. He gives a check again, but now I can block with the knight instead. He'd go like that, but I could easily take. Now, I wouldn't be able to take, but I could go like this. Okay, let's go ahead, castle. He's playing some pretty interesting positions that we don't always see. Although I wouldn't really recognize them or know how to identify them anyway. But he would be inclined to take there. And the reason why... Okay. I mean, as much as I like to trade, I've kind of overdone it a bit here. You gotta watch the double diagonal posed by that. But that's kind of my issue. I have like a quality control issue with trades with respect to, you know, I'll do them just to do them, not because they're good or not. That's already a bad pawn position. You could take, I could take. You pin that down. It would still be even. He would take, or whatever. That's not covered. Now this is only being single attack, so it almost doesn't even matter too much. But I would want to do something about it. Pawn position is very strange. Now he's stacking pieces already. It almost seems like players who play faster formats, I don't know whether he does a lot or not, but they have like certain tricks up their sleeves more than you might expect. Like, they just have like better... It's not even necessarily made though still. Like, how do you mate from that? There you just come down all the way. Here you would come in there and then do it. I can't even figure out necessarily how to deal with. Maybe like this. We're also threatening the queen, so if he takes, I take. Or he'll... Yeah, okay. Okay, one more. Just shows you why I'm so bad at the faster time formats. Okay, just play it like a normal game. I don't have to trade too much like a fiend. Okay, that's perfectly fine. Go with what got you there, by which I mean got me nowhere, because I haven't made any progress in any capacity. Not that I really care about the faster formats like this, but, you know, I'm pretty much obligated to trade. Which actually some of these games I haven't been doing, but... Go ahead and castle, remove the pin, we can attack this. Oh, God. You can still do it, like, what's the problem? If he takes, I take. I could try to push this out. Okay, double stack the pawn, that's fine. Can't do anything with the knight. Okay, now it becomes more in a comfort zone, by which I mean nobody knows what they're doing, so you can sometimes take advantage of that. Then I sometimes make this push a bit too aggressively. That's kind of good because it helps me undouble the pawn. And then here I kind of am going a little bit too aggressive, but in fact that was stupid. The first move I tried to make that's actually offensive minded. Whatever, this structure is good, everything's good. Old Steinitz defense. Everything I play always ends up being some sort of defense. He tried to double stack on there. He could easily cover the pawn thing. Cover with the pawn. Double stacks on there, which does make it pretty hard to cover. You just take this instead. Let him take there. Trade. We trade the queens. I'm happy with that. He doesn't want to do it because he's actually somewhat skilled at attacking, unlike me. At least that's me knowing my weaknesses. Like, people say, oh, trade because it simplifies the position and this or that, but I would just say because I don't know how to use the pieces, so I may as well just get rid of them. We both win a pawn out of that, and then the bishop could be good here, even though it looks kind of like a messy position. This he could like sort of pin down in a weird way, but the fact of the matter is it's okay. Right now at least it won't be pinned, but this won't be covered then any other way, so I don't know actually how to cover that without... You're double attacking there, I could double cover. You could attack it, and then I could just keep vacillating back and forth. But he could take, and I wouldn't be able to take. Wait, he would take, I would take. Then the act of him promoting would let me take the rook, but or it wouldn't even be a free take. This is why, man, I'm just bad at the time formats, I guess. Or in a way, it's almost, I shouldn't even worry about them because then it'll hurt my play in actual rapid. This is the kind of stuff I should learn how to do. I just... however you would play here would help me in rapid, because then I'd be more offensive minded, because I never know how to attack even when I have a lead. But I guess the presumption is a lot of the time it wouldn't work because I have more time to think about it, but still the principle is good. Good games. Valuation graph calculates player 93. Why is he only 700 then? He's so good. At least in that format. 1290. Bullets. I guess maybe just nobody likes to play Blitz. And you know, when you sign up for the streamer program or whatever on here, like to become a chess.com streamer, I'm just like a, what do you call it? Community streamer. It doesn't matter though. It still shows your stuff. But no, it's like... it asks you what your blitz rating is, as if to imply that the best kind of stream content, or the only thing they care about, is your faster pace. What if I'm literally 3,000 rating in classical or in 1 hour games, but they don't care about that because it's all about the surface level showing off in the faster formats. And so That was kind of surprising. 3-0. But yeah, it's like they only care about the faster formats because that's the kind of showy way that it's been presented. Like, that's what really matters. Okay, let's try to get to that coveted 1150 mark. Very focused game. We're getting kind of lucky matchups too with people like below, at least a few of them below 11, which is a pretty wide radius. Like, normally the matchmaking doesn't do that because it's a more active site, at least, than like Chess or whatever. So like my whole instinct there would just be to take. You'd have to double stack the pawns and stuff. Like, it wouldn't be super clean for me, but at some point here I like to take, but I don't know. I could still just finish my development. We do knight covers knight. You know, try to understand this opening. If I didn't play it exactly this way, I'd probably lose the game. So because I studied and know this line, whatever this is, I do actually, you know, you have to bring the bishop, you have to bring the queen. I've seen this like 100 times. So that at least lets me survive the opening. It doesn't mean I'll win because of the opening, although it might give me an advantage if they do something wrong too. I just kind of hate that implication that like 90% of chess comes down to that fact alone. Just, you have to know the thing that's objectively the right thing. That's it. You could be the smartest person in the world, but you just have to learn and memorize. And you might be able to learn and memorize it better and faster and with greater sort of just like a wider range of stuff in a shorter period of time, but that the principle is still there. Like, I would love to just double attack something. It's very hard to do here. Or I mean, like, if I put one more piece of pressure on there, it'd be great, but I just can't. This would be still takeable. You might raise it to cause some problem there. Like, you have to accept that the V-shaped structure might look like that in this game, which surprisingly is not actually that bad either still. That's kind of weird because what happens too is you lose the cover there, but you don't really need it, and you didn't have it in the first place, but he still chose not to take in that beginning sequence, which is the supposedly correct move too. That puts his pawns in a very weird spot, so maybe I will do it. Now, would that cause me to lose something else? I feel like it wouldn't. Really, it could be just a simple bait play, but you won't be able to take that now ever. I could take, you could take, but I almost don't even want to. Just let him take the horse on his own. So now I kind of want the knight to have somewhere to go. I want to develop this. Why does it almost feel like my queen could get trapped here? But there's just nothing that can even attack it directly. So whatever position we built up with all that, we kind of let it go to try to double stack the pawn there, which that is a very annoying one because it's not only double stacked, but it's also split. It's a double split, double stack. Very aesthetically displeasing, which means it must be bad. In before, oh, there was this game Gary Kasparov played 20 years ago that he had this exact pawn structure and won as white. Like, I love those kind of references. Like, I'm sure he did, but... And it's actually, it was a good thing, not a bad thing to have that structure. So there's no reason for me to take. Even losing the pawn, like, what does it matter? Because you have so much cover on here. Take. Even if you could take again, I could still take. This push is a little bit bothersome, though. But you would be just sacking the pawn, period. So would that really be worth it? Then you'd be pinning it down, but you're still only double attacking, so you would still have enough cover. Basically, the lesson is try to move the rook away before any of that stuff happens. And we'll make this the anchor pawn with the consistent, logical V-shaped structure. See, all these kind of... Man, I just wish I had more time, I guess. Like, I have these little moments and ideas of consistency, but I just can't maintain it. Like, everything makes sense from a certain point of view, but it has to be very... I don't know. Yeah, everything is still fine. I don't see the problem with that, but sometimes I fixate too much on the aesthetic structure. So there is no pin, there is nothing basically. Unless he was to attack that with that too. You have to at least say my pawns are far better, not just because of this beautiful V shape, but just That PogChamp is going on. Weird time to do it. Yeah, I'm competing with PogChamps, even though I'm probably still better than most of the people on there. Not that that's a very high standard. Or like Ace or somebody like a 2000 player could do a simul where they can take on all of the people in there. Although some of them are decent, like Sardosh or something, but they can still draw or whatever. Like, I don't know what the rating discrepancy with a simul would be. Like, how far can you really go? Because Kasparov's playing like a bunch of 2200s or something. And yeah, sure, he's 600 rating above them, and that's a big difference, but it's also... Wait, why is that up? Oh, just probably at the end last time I got interrupted. So today's title is brought to you by maybe a somewhat obscure reference, but it's a great call. Not that I'm even a fan of football, American football, but when Brett Favre's playing for the Vikings late in his career and he's having a great season, and they're like tied with somebody, they're playing for the chance to play in the Super Bowl, and Brett Favre does his typical hero ball type of thing where he throws an interception. The game is tied. You're going to go to overtime anyway, so you don't have to do anything. Just play it safe. But then the guy one of the announcers gets mad and says, why would you even ponder passing? You can take a knee and try a 56-yard field goal. This is not Detroit, man. This is the Super Bowl. So that's such a good line just randomly. So it's the same thing. This is not chess. You have to take it more seriously. Don't play like a clown. Don't do these gambits, which I don't do anyway. Like, I have good discipline when it comes to that. But I'll even admit it's partly because I don't know what I'm doing. But the greatest strength that way is you can admit you don't know what you're doing, and then don't try to do stuff that you're not super familiar with or prepared for. I've really embarrassed myself. WebGL is not supported. What do you mean? This is Chrome, right? Like, I've played on this 100 times. What does that mean? You know, there's all kinds of stuff where you're trying to take the center, but I just don't really play like that. Now, here, there's a common sequence that we see where, like, okay, if you were to go there and there, it's more difficult because then you have nowhere to go and you have to just wait. But here, I can take, and then you're guaranteed to take, and therefore I can check, and therefore I can guarantee a pin or a trade. Which, again, none of this stuff is, like, high level, like you're winning anything, but it's just... This is sort of indicative of my style of play. Now here I would love to, like, let's say get out a double attack on there, but it just never works. We're also working towards the castle. There's one thing that's been destroying me, and it's when I let this get pinned though, so I can't let that happen. Just stop the pin. You know, I won't say that's the objectively best move, but I'd love to see an 1100 player who knows how to play through the pin and just deal with it. Like, what are you doing here? You're trying to do night covers night. That's the only way I know how to deal with that. I always had some reservation about doing something with the Dark Square Bishop. So you're supposed to go here to stop the advance of the pawn, thereby allowing the knight to develop and stuff like that. But then I wonder, like, where does the... I get stuck on one idea. Like, where does the bishop go then? It can't use that diagonal, so I have no idea what you're supposed to do with it. It's almost like I'm pinning both down and just trading. Now, this guy's making the same mistake somebody did a few games back where they just let this be pinned for, like, an eternity. You should probably address it somehow. So it's still pinned. We can do the double attack. Now, this is a good double attack because you're threatening and you're threatening. The problem is he can come back. And so then I would basically... You might be better off doing it here. So you go there, I take, and then I still leave it pinned. I don't see anything that really he gets out of me doing this. Now I could... take, and then you have an unleashed potential. You have to take it with the pawn, which arguably isn't that bad. I don't see what he is actually still threatening, though. I'm almost inclined to do it for the check, but... there could be some insane discipline that you show by you still don't take. You still don't take, but I can't play a position like that. It's too crazy. Like, is the light square bishop here really going to be good? And the answer is... I don't know. Like, I spent a lot of time in the openings, but at least that's me recognizing that I'm not particularly good at them, or I don't know what you need to know. I'll take here, and then he can... No, because if you do it that way, then he could take the other one, and then you're kind of in a weird spot. We can cover the knight there and just wait. My development is pretty bad. This is only being single attacked. I can always bring the knight back. So there's a double threat potential on here, but you should be able to stop it from happening by just developing a piece. Archon, we've seen that hillbilly attack or some hillbilly type opening like a million times. He's playing a little bit overly aggressive with the pawns in the context of in playing black, which you typically shouldn't do, but I don't really need to do anything with that. But I don't know what this pawn structure is in conjunction with the bishop that I have. Like, I know that you're not supposed to do that, but I don't know what to do about it. If I let him take and then I take, it's an isolated pawn. Now I start to take just for the sake of it. And then this is the problem. That's a bad move because you walk him right into the double attack that you just talked about, that I just said. Like, it's not a huge deal, but there's no reason to play like that. That's the biggest reason not to trade, is like, if you just are in a situation where you're not sure whether you should trade or not only are you not winning anything there, but you're not even, could be a bad move. I'm not really thinking about it too thoroughly. You have to address the queen threat. You can't really give a check, or you can't really do much of anything. That's actually okay. That's still fine. You got to watch out for this pawn if the queen somehow gets there. He's not playing with like seemingly a great sense of purpose, but then again, look who's talking. Neither am I. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you do with the bishop in this game. Like, what is the point of it? I should just castle and just relax, but my development is absolutely dreadful. This is a free developing move because you can't even go there. That's the one instance where a cheeky threat, like, you know, it's not, he's not going to just blunder his queen, so what's the point? But at least you're developing it in some way, but it might not even be the best form of development. You got to put it in like a weird spot like that, I guess. Or that's why it's not good, obviously, but actually that's still fine though. So you don't lose the pawn or anything. And so if you take, I still develop it. Now here's another instance, like, he shouldn't take regardless of whether you should trade queens in this position or not, because you're giving me a free development on the knight. So you're just helping me. That didn't do anything. Assuming I didn't want to attack and play super aggressively and stuff like that. This would be pinned. The knight could come in, and then it would be a problem. But if I don't do that, then I double stack the pawn. So it's kind of a difficult proposition. I go here, then he goes there. Then I would take, he would take. I would take, then he would take, but then I would still take back. This should be safe, but I actually don't know. It's not a good spot to put yourself in. So I could just take, okay. That's fine. So now it's no longer pinned. I don't have to worry about anything. Although you could go like that. Couldn't you have gone like that to begin with? But then I guess I could still have moved it. And the worst case is you take away the castle. Yeah, we have like really high level chess going on the website tonight. Not just me, but also all these big streamers, PogChamps, and I don't know who the best player, like, you can kind of tell just based on the rating. Like, one guy will be a whopping 1,500, so it might not seem like a big deal, but that's still head and shoulders above the field, you know. A lot of them are 500 or 300. At least that's one distinction I can have, is like, I was never that bad. Like, I could play my first game of chess coming out of the womb, and I still wasn't below like 800-900. And even now I'd say I can't make excuses because that's a big part of it, just like the will to calculate, the will to actually do stuff, which I lose that will when I play faster formats because I don't, it's hard for me to explain, but I can't do things halfway. Like, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to sit there for like 10 minutes every move and just think about it, and that's fine. I could cover there. There's some sort of vague possibility of a fork, but not yet. It's covered by the bishop too. There's no double attack. Attack this, I can easily cover back. So we found finally a place for the bishop. Let's just double check, but I'm running out of time. I'm sweating at 4 minutes because they have 8, and so you arguably, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't come down to that, but the position looks relatively equal. I guess the big difference is they have 2 center pawns and I don't. But then again, one of these could presumably turn into a pass pawn pretty easily on this side. He goes ahead, he attacks the thing, which also allows him to attack there in the long term. So that's going to be a double attack on the pawn. So it's a pretty good forcing sequence where I can't really do anything. It almost might be better to do that. Then he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, but he would still take there. So this pawn is under a pretty bad threat here. I almost don't even want to threaten that, but he's not going to do anything. So that's a good move. You're going to have to deal with the bishop threat and that. So maybe the best you can do is come here, and then if he takes, I would be fine. But the problem is he's going to take the bishop itself. So that does hurt my pawn structure here, even when I was just saying that they would have a possibility of a passed pawn. Now I certainly don't have that. Clearly, this is what you should be thinking at such a low rating, is just, you know, about nuanced things like that. It's going to come down to a passed pawn or something very minor. So would I let him take that? I guess it would be worth it, and the reason why it would be worth it is because... No, but then you would take that too. It's hard actually to say what you should be doing here. That's a good move. I can try to keep going, and then he's gonna get one of these for sure. So he goes behind it and double attack. So one of them I just have to let him have it, I guess. I could check, and then I could go behind, and then he would take. You obviously can't cover all three, so I just don't know. And now it's even worse than before, because I wouldn't be able to do it the way I was trying. At least now we could take the other one, but it won't matter because I would go down, he would take, I would take, he would take. So I think securing these two is kind of more important. I'm not trying to take anything. So he won't have a passed pawn, I won't have a passed pawn. I'll just try to bring the king inside. So you probably would think this is a draw, but now I'm not 100% sure. The difference of one pawn isn't going to be the whole game. And it's usually not, but then again, you can botch something pretty easily. So my rook is in pretty good covering position, so you just have to think, like, what could he possibly do aside from a pawn push that's going to be an issue here? And I don't know what that is. It's almost like you want it to go like this, so that even if you... I don't know what you're trying to do. You could, like, anchor both, but you can't, because then this will be in the way too. You could almost trade this off, then you'll be covering both sides with one. If he keeps going, it's dangerous. A lot of the time I'll do that. I'll try to fling it into something, like even with the cover, just for a trade. Like, oh, let's just trade pawns. But then you just give them a passed pawn because they play very defensively and don't try to trade everything, which you wouldn't think players like this would do. We see like a hyper-aggressive style most of the time, simply for the fact that, you know, it is a faster time format, so they feel like they can take advantage of that or whatever. If you go here, I could simply take, so I don't see the problem with that. Almost like I just don't want to do anything most of these moves. If I move up, you would take. I can't take. I really don't want to expose myself to a check, but I guess I'll do it anyway. So he would check, I would take, he wouldn't be able to take. It's just like these two aspects of the game, openings and end games, can ruin it, because those are the least fun parts. I think even better players would acknowledge that, like, regardless of the level. In fact, it arguably just gets worse. Like, it feels like such a stale, repetitive, solvable, stupid thing that, right, it's like what people say about vegetables. They taste bad, but they're good for you. You have to do it, but you don't really want to do it. I don't know what he's gonna do. Okay, just go fast. There's got to be something to do with the pawns here that... Because you check there, but what does it do? That's the thing. I go up, take. I mean, his king is going to be in prime position here. Or what he's done, though, is he's given up the ability to attack these. We could always come back to there. So let's try to put some threats on in the sense of Oh, he'll seal off pretty well, though, huh? Even if I go there, he'll just... Oh, wait. He would go there, so then I can't cover from where I was before. Like, even now, I can't... I'm going to do something wild just that I don't have to do. You come behind there, won't be able to cover. He's trying to put all his eggs in that, but I can't really, I don't really see why it would be so clear to promote. It should still take a second. I mean, I just have to not lose. We can somehow draw if we just trade stuff off. It's unlikely to happen, though. You should actually just win this pawn outright. But now, he'll obviously win on the other side, so it's over. Even if the time was reversed. Oh, he gave me a chance there by letting me do that stupid pawn push. Only detriment is the fact that I'm getting checked, which is utterly stupid. Now he'll be able to check and take somehow. Or if I can get my king up there, it could be difficult. But then again, he's got so many pawns, whatever, that he could just sack for it. I guess that's the end of the session. I'll only play until I lose one game because I just literally can't even do this. Or I have to do it for absurdly long amounts of time, but even the few times I've done that lately, it hasn't helped. Like, at least here, okay, I'm losing on time, he's faster, but there was no reason why I should have lost that even still. So I'm always in winning or drawing positions, but I just get kind of sick of them, or I don't know what it is. Sounds like an excuse, like, oh, I got bored of the position. But it really is, like... These are the worst parts of the game that are just kind of stupid. And repetitive. Like, it's my old lockbox analogy. Like, anybody can think through and calculate, oh, giveaway, I was even winning somewhere. Like, what is instructive about this? All this stuff is normal things that I would do, which you might think, oh, well, you're doing so bad that you shouldn't do what you normally do, but most of it is fine. And again, it's just sometimes a preferential style of play. Like, anybody can just say it in an objective sense, like, oh, this move is the best, but it might not really... So that was kind of lucky, because normally that might lead to you losing something. He trades there, so everything is fine, right? This is a normal tradable type of game where I don't know why that's a blunder. I don't know what it does or it would miss. This is where the position goes bust, but it's still okay. Nothing actually happens. Takes him a super long time to actually get to the point where this is damaging for me. You're supposed to go all the way to the back and check, but for what purpose? Like, what does it want me to do? It wants me to attack the pawns and just ignore my own and just let him take them, but I would have probably taken the one on f7. I wouldn't have been able to take the a7 one because he would have still covered by taking mine. That's why I kind of was reluctant to do that. That's the thing. That's the confidence that the engine has, obviously. Just, oh, it knows how to deal with it, so it's not worried about these very ugly... You just have to think about it like that, like it's a person who's just overconfident, but rightfully so. It just doesn't mean that I'll be able to do that. So he kind of maybe messed up here by... He made like a super fast move and didn't end Pizan. Great move. It would have been almost good, but... Oh, you know... What I didn't even think to do was that. Wait, was I winning there? What the heck? All I have to do is stop the pawn. I'm not thinking because, like, oh yeah, the king's going to dominate the other side. But he actually gave me the win there because all I had to do was stop the pawn. I was just trying to race him like, oh, I'm helpless to stop this. Like, I'm not really thinking that the king is so far away. That's actually hilarious. Even after all that, he gives me the win by doing the little en passant bait that he didn't take. All he had to do was take there, but then all I had to do is this. Then by the time he gets to it or does something else, it's possible you could still turn it into a draw, though, because even once you get the queen, you have these so deep that they could be very hard to stop, or I wouldn't know how to do it. That was a blunder. I went to it for it too greedily, and even being low on time is no excuse, but that is kind of a funny giveaway. Yeah, I agree. I didn't realize that happened, actually. I still have that Zhang Ji thing in my mind of like the kings having laser beam eyes. Like if they're in the same file with no nothing in between, you just can't go there or you lose the game. So you get checkmated by like a rook here, and because you can't move there for some other reason, and then, oh, why can't I move there? Even though the king's halfway across the board or all the way across the board, because for whatever reason you can't be lined up with it, as long as there's not a piece, you know, in between them. So many variants that are actually pretty fun. Like, who's to say that this version of chess is the best version? And you might say, oh, well, it's been around so long and stood the test of time, but it's actually not, because, you know, it used to be chaturanga, and then they added all these new mechanics like queens or updated, overpowered, you know, new piece that everybody was raging about. Oh, it ruins the game. And en passant was added, and double push of the pawn was added, and, you know, even promotions were altered. All these kind of things have changed in the last several hundred years. So on one hand, I like the fact that people blindly accept whatever's presented to them, like, oh yeah, chess is the perfect game. Also, it changes every couple hundred of years, so it'll probably change again before too long. Like, it's not perfect, it's not infallible, but people sometimes treat it that way, which kind of triggers me, because, yeah, how many years before it actually gets solved, which has nothing to do with individual whatever, like your own experience. Like saying that too, like, oh, it's solvable, that doesn't mean that you can solve it. Like, checkers is solvable, or it's solved in 2008, but that doesn't mean you can play like that. Yeah, I predict by like 2050, I always say that it'll probably be chess to solve. And people might say that's crazy, but then, you know, look at Gary Kasparov mauling over, losing to Deep Blue or whatever the one time. He was so confident he had beaten him before, and then they keep alternating between Andrea and Alex there, it looks like. XQC and Cutie Cinderella are back. Virtual Pal, I don't know who some of these people are. Yeah, Fusli seems like she's been in almost all of them, but maybe I'm wrong. Whoever wins seems like they're not invited back. Like, did Sardosh play in some of the other ones? Like, they realize, like, oh, you're 1500, you're actually too good to compete here. You'll just floor everybody, so we let you win once, and then you're banned from the tournament because you're just too good. Like Hafu. Okay, so at least that I can say is partly because of time, and even then, I hate those, though, because I still had the chance to win despite all that. It's weird how sometimes I show up on here and sometimes I don't. I don't get what the difference is. It just bugs out maybe when there's too many people on, or because of POG. I don't see what that would have to do with that. Or like I'll show up on the thing, but I won't show up in there. Right, I guess that's because you're not like an official thing or whatever. Okay, 11:18. I think the last guy was about that too. It's just so time consuming, man. Like I think that's the big advantage kids have. I wouldn't say they have an inherent advantage. Like he would take, I wouldn't be able to take. So this is a textbook scenario of when it's not good to put the bishop on c4, I would think. Right, that seems to make sense. Now at least it's more acceptable, but it's still not, because as long as that's there, he's playing in such a way that's very good for blocking off the darks for bishop, lights for bishop. I would take... Yeah, there might be scenarios here where you don't take, but I just don't know what those are or how you would play like that. But even here, this seems like a questionable move, but maybe this is what you're supposed to do here. Like, and accept that the darks for bishop isn't going to be that good. Or like, I don't know what to do with it. Like, even that's fine. Like, it seems like both bishops here aren't going to be that good. And the reason why is because he's blocked this off with the pawns, and he's blocked this off with... Or I'm going to block it off with my own pawns. If you're able to do this, now you could take, and this is a little cheeky, clever thing, where you're able to take, and he can still take, but he'll have to take... Okay. You would have had to take with the king pawn and open the king at least, which is not even like you're hanging anything or whatever. So this becomes very dangerous. So you want to castle as soon as possible, or just move the queen, period. Taking here is not to your benefit because of that. And so queen here, you're just kind of trying to find somewhere to put it. Or if you could have put more pressure on the knight, then you could have double taken, but you're putting yourself in a very dangerous spot where you can get pinned down from there. You never want to be in the situation. But the thing that really screwed me up was the... Wait, well, you have enough cover on there anyway, but this is the kind of game where you can make the executive decision to just go here to G2. And it seems to be the right mindset. I don't know what else to do with it besides pin down and try to trade, which he didn't allow me to do that either. So whatever opening he's doing feels like an anti-bishop opening. Like just... It really prevents the bishops from being effective, or at least not in a super obvious way. The traditional diagonals that I'm used to having are not there. Or that's a move I never really used to make. Like all these kind of theoretical things, I would just do all kind of random stuff with the bishops, put them here. You know, like when you don't know what you're doing and you're just playing the game like a normal person. But now you would be able to take and do like a similar threat, like some sort of a double take. This should still be fine, but if you take, I take back. If you don't take, it's not even pinned because we could just move the knight. And so I don't know where the knight ends up going here. It could be a case where we're leaving kind of too much stuff hanging. If I go back, I just get trapped. So I think it is the right time to do that. Now I can even put this behind, so there's no problem. Everything is covered way more than adequately. The only concern might be to this pawn. You could do some sort of bait play, or even if you take, I take. If you take, I take. I don't see the threat there. That could be an issue. At least I had some discipline with not trading right away there, but you kind of... I don't know. I just always trade everything all the time. Now we create like a double diagonal where if we move the knight, then he's forced to take, because otherwise I double take. Then again, if I move the knight, he can just take this, period. If I go there, you can go there. A lot of back and forth. So I think the double diagonal thing is good, even if it's not going anywhere. Yeah, you're blocking off your own dark square diagonal. And the reason why that's significant, if you went behind, obviously, then take, take, take. Highly instructive chess. French defense, exchange variation, which is everything I play is an exchange variation because I just trade everything like a fiend. I don't know why they write it like that. It always used to say it just, you know, like turkey. T-U-R-K-U-I. Alright, so the biggest thing here is just... Probably we need to do this. We could also do that. Like, I don't like leaving this hanging like that, but it's not really under some major threat. It seems like we're both sort of baffled as to what to do with this position. You could go there and we're almost... You know, we almost have nowhere to put it. He's just putting way too much on there. So again, what is the benefit of leaving it like this? That's my thing. If I take, you can immediately double take this. So first of all, we need cover for there. We could pin this down to the thing, but I wouldn't be able to. So the point is, it's not that he's going to win something outright because of the sheer number of things, but I'll lose a cover somewhere along the line. So like take, take, but then take, take, or take, but then can't take. So not everything is covered sort of equally here. So if you take this first, you have adequate cover. If you take this, then I could take, then you could take, then I could still take. This seems like a bizarre kind of move to move the king there, but you can create probably all kinds of threats from it. Like, I just want to trade something off that I won't be able to do it for like an hour here, so. I hate when stuff is just left like this on and on, pinned or whatever, hung or something, and you just leave it there. It is kind of my nature sometimes to do that. Like, we'll get a nice aesthetic structure, and then I'll just leave it there, lazily. Or I'll even be winning, and then I'll just get lax and not really try to press the advantage. I keep saying, like, oh, I'll study between each game, which is kind of a good excuse to take a break between each game because I can't handle playing back-to-back ones. You just need a few easy pick-me-up wins that it's like, okay, just blunder your queen, please, or just do something because So now I could move it here, and then you're golden because, well, it still raises questions with that. You would have to take with the queen, right? Because there is no other cover. And so the thing is, you would be able to take there, and so there's no reason for me to do that. Like, I want to do this so badly. So I would take, and then you would take, and then you would still take. Or maybe not, but I don't want to play it like that. You could do knight covers knight as well. But then again, you could take. Oh my god. You gotta just do it right now. Like, just do something, please. If you take, I take. 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 You take, I take. I don't know what that react feature they added to Twitch is. I always see it there, but like you can do a emoji face or whatever. But that's what people do anyway with emotes and stuff. I don't think I've seen somebody use it, or I don't think I know how it works. Or like even here, you can just send one just to troll people. People don't really use the chat that much though. Like, it's enabled. Maybe I just don't notice it. Yeah, you'll get banned for being mean to somebody on there. You're attacking the knight. I don't really care. I'm happy to see what's happened with this, so let's just take. Although, or yeah, you'd be able to like take here then. And the reason why is because the double diagonal comes into play. So now you would take, I would take, you can't take. Again, that's nothing I was planning to do, but just I was trying to trade off that knight for a super long time. This should be fine. I don't see any problem with that. Take, I take. I don't see any kind of crazy unleash or whatever. If the rook ends up there, that could be dangerous, but maybe I can match it myself. You give a check there, I could easily just block, and we're back to square one with the number of threats that are going to be on here. It's going to be a pain, but thankfully you can't bring the knight in there at least. I kind of like where my king is up right now, so maybe I'll leave it, but it shouldn't be possible for him to, you know, put too much pressure on there, because you go like there, but then I just take, and then there's nothing to worry about. So we're fully traded off. We'll have just knights only left. The queen or the rook can't come in very effectively. Now it's just a question of what we do with the knights. Certain pieces you take for granted, like, oh, of course the queen's going to be good. Of course the knight's going to be good, or I mean anything but the knight. But it's the bishops and the knights that sometimes play the biggest role, because they have more like a swing potential to be really good or really bad. So here you have a case where I don't actually understand that move. Aside from double stacking. Okay, that I would just let it get taken though. It's very important to develop this knight, but I can't figure out how to do it. You go here, and then if he takes, I take. Like, what can he do here? He'll take that. Then I'll take, I don't know. The best you could probably do here is double stack, in which case I wouldn't be able to put that there. The knight once again ruins everything, because that's just not a good spot for it to be in either. You could come there and he could take, and then I wouldn't be able to take back, so that's pointless. There's no way that you're going to trap anything. I could just take. Okay, now's a great time to offer up the trade, because if you don't do it now, then I was thinking I could do something with this. Like, oh no, if he takes, like, let's try. This is the kind of level that I think these people are playing at. It's not really a great move. It's just, you know, oh, if he takes, then I could just, I'm doing it. If he takes, then I could just take the rook. That's the point. You won't do it, and then I'll double attack on F. No, but it won't even matter. Like, see, all that for nothing. I won't even be able to attack you on F7, because you still have the knight to try to trade. I have to take every game seriously, which I'd like to think I always do, but I clearly have not been playing like that. There doesn't seem to be any imminent threat that you can do on the queen. Somewhere along the line, he's going to do something. Oh my god. He's going to do something very drastic here. I wouldn't want to do that because you lose the pawn. So basically, the knight tries to be useful and then embarrasses itself. He's not going to fall for that simple bait pawn play. I could come here and he could get a free attack, but he actually can't get a free attack. And so you'll come like that, and I wouldn't want to take, and I wouldn't have to take except in the scenario that that is being double threatened. Because like now I could just choose not to take, or I could take with that, or I could do other things. But if you're being double threatened, then you feel like, okay, I have to move the knight. So the only way to save it without moving it is to take, which, you know, it's sort of, that happens a lot on this side of the board. Like, you're compelled to trade pawns just because the knight is under threat. So I cannot think of a better scenario to offer the trade than in those moments, but I just keep not doing it. There's no reason why I shouldn't have done that by now. Because once he does it, then I won't be able to, or actually I will be able to, only on the strength of the knight. It's not completely useless after all. You could do some kind of sneaky threat where he puts the queen on that diagonal and then unleashes the rook to try to take the... Okay, that becomes very scary, I'll admit. In fact, it almost makes me want to rethink my... It makes me want to rethink my position about... But I can always just do that whenever I feel like it. We can block the open file basically with that, which seems like a ridiculous, unnecessary kind of move. So he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Even if you had the double stack, it still wouldn't be worth it because it's only a measly knight. So you might move the rook somewhere that gets forked. You're attacking there. All I have to do is cover with this, which isn't really a great play to make. It shouldn't really change anything if you take. I'm not really comfortable doing the arrows. Like, it feels kind of... I don't know. I'm not very good at doing them. Almost as inaccurate as my chess play, am I right? I'm going to make a compilation of every, like, chess-related joke over the years, because I guarantee a lot... Despite all these big streamers, there's certain people who think outside the box, maybe. And, like, I've come up with all kind of weird stuff, like even just that line. Nobody else has ever said or thought that line before in human existence. Even I hadn't, even though I was familiar with the Oppenheimer, the real-life quote. But then I say, I have become Vichy, destroyer of boards. Like, that's such a good line, memeable, whatever. Nobody's ever said that. Or the Q Lazarus line was classic. That's my problem, is I don't upload stuff, so I never get credit for anything because I don't really think it's that substantial. But then, okay, so you'll go here. You go ahead, you take a pawn and just whatever, just do something. I don't know how long that was actually there for. It's been there like 50 moves, but my knight was only there one move, and I had to react to the main one threat, so it's not like I really missed it either. I would take, he would take... I don't get it. How would that help at all? Nothing is affecting the king's side, right? Nothing is affecting it. I'd love to give a check or something here, but I can't seem to do it. So you're going to keep pushing these pawns, and you have to play the path of least resistance a little bit. If you do that, I raise. If you do... But I could just take this, and it shouldn't change anything still about the position. Because even if you push that pawn, I can still raise. I can still raise it. So push pawn, raise pawn. If you go like that, I take. You take. Look how much effort, man, in every one of these games. But then again, so he's saving me time. As much as I like the classical format, it's not... You have to move the rook. You have to watch the threat. I can start to give some probably pretty good checks here, but I actually don't even see exactly how to do it. You could check there, try to force the trade, which, yeah, I would trade down just to do that. It's to simplify the game because I never lose in scenarios like that. So now you could check there, and you should be able to take the... You should be able to take the rook, Or even if you bring the queen, then I could take the queen with the knight, or whatever with the queen. So you should probably lose the rook here 100%. And you would have that one on target, so this is still fine. I don't see any threat here that's going to be too big of a deal. You go ahead, you move the king, I take the rook. See, some of these players actually play pretty well. Like, he made it competitive the whole way. This is why he can't handle... Yeah, that's the most impressive thing. Forget about Hikaru or any of these people being so good at chess. That we take for granted, like, we get it. Their rating speaks for itself. But to be able to stream, and I know they're not playing at their max potential all the time. I guess that's my problem. I'm playing it like my ceiling, where I'm trying to push new grounds and break above the ceiling, so to speak. Whereas instead, why is that a blunder, man? Why are these a blunder? I'm trying to push new ground. That'd be like if Hikaru's trying to ladder in a meaningful way. Like, oh, I'm trying to get to a rating I've never been to before, which theoretically he's probably done that too. But I'm just saying, like, to maintain it for long periods of time, like 12-hour stream and this and that. Let's try to understand why those moves are blunders. Don't they sometimes tell you, like, one of these guys on the review will actually commentate on your game, like... And I love that in notation where it's like, oh, they'll like commentate. Like, do people really do that in real life? Like, oh, that was an interesting move. So that must be where rapport random BS comes from. Somebody's watching his game or playing him, and he's like, wow, that's some rapport random BS. As he's playing him, just like absolutely triggered in the course of the game. Sharp is a real battle. How is it sharp if you have 68 accuracy? How? 1050. Like, why? Why is it 1050? You really outplayed your opponent in that one. Both you and your opponent missed some chances in the opening. You were cut above in the middle game, which is what they should always say. But then I'm really bad in openings and I'm really bad in endgames. Yeah, explain to me this move. Isn't that what they do? Like... this activates the bishop by developing off the square. French defense opening, you played this 31 times with a 42% win rate. Good to know, because I didn't know I played it ever. Like, I don't know what it is even. Bishop d3, master games. So normally black either draws or... Wait. Well, of course, the majority of games are draws anyway. I wish I could work 20 years to be as good as they are at getting draws. You overlooked an opportunity to develop a knight. Off its starting square, you allow the opponent to reveal an attack on the bishop. Reveal an attack on the bishop? Oh, like if you go there. Okay, but I could take, and then you could take and check, and then I could, I don't know. I'm not questioning that that's wrong, but I'm surprised it has that big of an impact, too. It's only a mistake, but that seems almost to have a blunder caliber impact. It's like a borderline blunder. There's a good move here, but it missed an opportunity. There's only one good move. There is some attack on the bishop that I'm not understanding. You are going to end up losing a knight. You permitted the opponent to fork the pieces. I don't really see how. What are you forking? Wait. You're going to lose a knight. It must be like 15 moves down the line, and they just expect me to see that. What is the fork? There's no pawns to do it. How do you even attack it in the first place? Like, you go like this? How do you see like what their next move should be? Go here. He's supposed to bring this. Oh, well, what does that have to do with the knight, though? What do you mean? It's saying I'm going to lose a knight, but I'm losing something else. Then he'll take there. They should just play that sequence out. Or wait, he didn't even do it, though. Go there. So what exactly happens? Okay, I get the threat on the queen and that. You can stay still connected. You won't lose the knight. You'll lose the bishop, it seems like. As soon as you see notation, you're like, wow, I'm good. Like, I don't want to play chess anymore because it's such a stupid standard to have. And that's why I always stick up for improvisational players like me, where it's like, you know, some people just come home from work and not that I'm in that stage now. Now I'm actually trying to take it seriously, but they come home from work and they just play like one game. Wait, what? Oh, no, I won this one. I was thinking about the last one. Like how he gave me the win at the end, but I was winning this thoroughly. No, like they come home from work and they play like one game. It's like my old entry is consent phrase that I always used to use in certain short stories and stuff. Like by simply playing the game, entry is consent, ... to be held to a very high standard. So for example, by simply playing chess, which is a highly competitive game at the high level and so forth, even at the low level apparently, you will be judged by that standard. Like, oh, you're trying to be the next Magnus and you should be studying and reading books. It's like, dude, I just came home from a 12-day hour of work and I just want to play a game before I go to bed. Like, it's different things to different people. But that's not even an excuse to say, oh, that's why you're not better. But then, you know, better players, 2000s in particular, who aren't at the top of the game themselves, will look at that and say, oh, well, haha, look how bad they are, blunder their queen and stuff like that. But it's okay to blunder the queen. What's not okay, because it's more so because of time, anybody can see that, you know, stuff like that, but it's not okay to celebrate people who blunder the queen. So hypothetically, if there was such a person who was known for doing that, and they were celebrated, and that was sort of like the cult of personality basis I always talk about, then that would be an issue, because that denigrates the game and hurts the meritocracy. So if there was some such hypothetical person associated with things like blundering the queen, and that was treated as funny or okay, that's bad for the game of chess because of that reason, rather than some random dude sitting in his basement just playing the game, because that's not getting any attention and that's not representing the game. So that's the difference. It's not a question of, you know, plenty of people suck, you can play bad, whatever, that's your business. But as soon as you do it in the mainstream and you get celebrated for something, then you're actually damaging the game itself. So I'm what, 11:50. One day I'll have to do like a 24-hour stream, and it might have to be before the end of the month, because I only have, how many more days would I have? Let me actually see. And of course I've been doing it like on Saturday and stuff too, but so I'll have next week 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 days to get to 1300 of streaming it at least. And of course I don't play rated games off stream in the correct time format. So the thing was, I was like 1236 when I first came back, like the second day, which was like, or wait. Oh yeah, because we had last month to do it too. I'm just acting like, oh, it started at the beginning of this month. But no, I gave myself 2 months this time. Or Ludwig didn't win, right? But he was pretty good when he played in one of the previous ones. It's really hard to believe that there's 5 of them. There's been 5 already. Speaking of that Vichy quote, this would actually be the fitting scenario whenever an Indian song comes on during chess. Okay, 1150 we're getting, and a very similar matchup, so very similar rating. We're getting like sub 1,000 the other day, which is interesting. So it's hard to know exactly what to do here. Let's just go there. That's an unusual move, probably not very good. Gonna bring the bishop there, which doesn't matter because that pawn's gonna be there for a while. And so we just got to be careful about my own light square bishop's development. You should be able to go here. So everything's fine. I just want to meet the grandmasters who actually enjoy openings, although they probably must because they wouldn't have gotten this far with the game. But, you know, there's so many things that take away from the positives of chess, which is like, you know, openings are bad, endgames are bad, draws are bad. Like, there's so many flaws, but then it's still good despite that. It's just you have to get through all that to get to that point. This is a good natural developing move. There are some scenarios where it might be better to do that, or I sometimes even prefer to do it, but I can't say for sure. So the big thing I want to avoid is the pin. So there's some scenarios where you can push the pawn to here, thereby forcing me to address the threat, thereby allowing you to pin guaranteed, but it's not really worth it to that extent. He's already setting up to potentially do that. So there's nothing wrong with this position. It's just a question of finishing my development. I want to trade off one of these bishops because I tend to find that I play better actually when I do that, even as much as I like the bishop pairs and stuff and just like bishops in general. Wait. Oh, is this going to be the fork play? Which even as a result of that, it's okay because the problem is it compels me to, I mean, I can now just not trade the thing, the other bishop, because you obviously want at least one of them. You attack the queen back, everything's good. You go like this, I take. Well, I hope he doesn't push that pawn, because that really is like what you could do if you think people are sniping you. As if they would need to, or as if it would benefit them. But when you're like a higher rated player, they'll actually do that. Like, oh yeah, I'll do I hope he doesn't do this, and then they'll do it. I feel like Hikaru used to do that, but maybe not anymore. When he first started streaming, he would make fun of that. Like, he would deliberately say bad moves just to see if they would do them, as if they couldn't come up with a bad move on their own. That's our specialty at this level. So now here you would want to go all on the dark squares. Maybe I get too enamored with that V-shaped structure, and I never thought I would say that, but everything else is fine. So we just have to find an outpost for the knight. If he moves up, I can take. He might move up and then try to take, which does double stack the pawns in an undesirable way. Maybe that wasn't the best idea, but you do have to address this, or you don't actually have to address it. So I should either raise the pawn, or I should just move the knight, or I should just... I should raise the pawn just so I can develop. I don't really care too much about it. If I do this and he does this, and I take, and then you take, I take, or like, I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take, or I could take with that. There's no reason to do that. Like, you might think, oh, that's good pressure to put on that pawn on that center square, which is a big part of, obviously, good level chess. You have to always worry about the center, but I don't really know what it's going to do there. Or this is one of my most annoying plays. One of the things I find the most annoying in chess is always pushing out the knight, especially on the king side when you're just trying to develop in castle. Like, I'm not even trying to do anything with the knight. I'm just trying to develop and get it out of the way, but then it gets pushed around like 50 times by pawns. The king's pawn opening, which is like the only thing I ever do. I always used to queenside, queenside castle, first of all, and also I used to do that a ton, but then you just realize over time it's not good, or whatever, my genius level attacks are not working anymore. I have to be careful about this diagonal on the b2, because somewhere along the line I'm going to develop the bishop, and then I'm not going to be able to protect that. The worst case of a pawn structure here is like that, like c7, d6, c5, and the reason why you would get that pawn structure is because if you push there, I could easily take. If you come there, like, I don't know what he's trying to do with that. That's the thing. I could do this. We'd be attacking both, but kind of back to square one. So let's go here, and then we'll try to move the bishop out there. I don't see the point in addressing this potential queen threat, because I just don't see what it is. At least if he was there, he could take there. But what does that move even do? I assume it's not very good. I think that's why some of the best moves are not going to be super obvious to you, but you don't always have to make the best move. Like, if it's a bad move, it'll be obvious that it's bad. Or not always, but here I could simply take with the knight. I don't know exactly where to develop the bishop. Sometimes trying to do that is a little bit too single-minded. If I do that, then I'm maybe under threat from that. Let's just not lose it because of misclicking or something stupid like that. So I'm very eager to try to trade, and then I would take, he would take, I would still take. So that's kind of a subtle sequence that, unless he's sniping me, a low-rated player like this shouldn't be able to see. But then again, you can still take with that anyway, so... Okay, these are the kind of cheeky gambits that I'm talking about, and I don't understand. Because even if you go there, there's nowhere for the knight to go. So what is the threat? I don't see it. I don't care. Just do it. There's nothing you can do with the thing. You check there, I can easily take. You check there, I can take. Yeah, first of all, you can't even give a check, period. So who do these people think they are playing like this? Like, it's just insulting to your intelligence. Like, what is this nonsense that they do? Bro thinks he's a Karu, ha ha ha. Like, come on, man. Try to trade. It's trapped for a trade. He has to trade. So just get rid of it. If he checks, I can easily take. I hate the voices in the song, but he actually has a fork though. Oh god. Like, what does he do from there is the big question. You can't do anything with the knight, so maybe I should do this first, and then I'll do it. Like, what a tedious, annoying position that just sums up the game of chess, period. You still can't give a check, though, because I would easily take. So now I want to go here and trap the queen inside there. And so whatever he just did only gave me a +1, but it did kind of bust my pawns. So maybe it's not so bad. But again, the value of pawns versus pieces here, it also gave him a pass pawn. The value of pawns versus pieces here is kind of obscure because it's like, would you rather have a couple pawns or would you rather have, you know, an active functional piece? By which I mean anything besides a knight. So therefore, you know, it's not as meaningful for this level of player. I could have just took there too, but I kind of don't want to somehow. So the threats are completely meaningless. It actually might not be that meaningless though later, because he would take, I would take, and then he would go there, and then he would still get a fork. So as much as I want to do the trade, I just simply cannot do it. So I'll take, and then do it. And then the act of the rook coming in will be of no consequence because I could still just take. I think that's probably the right sequence to go, but even that doesn't entirely work because I'll have to save the knight. Like, these knights are just kind of nooses around your neck, horseshoes around your neck. Like, they just get in the way of everything, man. I can't just play the game. Like, the knight is some sort of diva piece that just requires constant attention. So a queen trade is my instinct, but at least I'm resisting that instinct a little bit. So somewhere along the line here, we're going to get mated. And the reason why we're going to get mated is because he played like a total clown and played like for sack gambit nonsense. So I'll just do the same thing, and I'm already kind of sick of this position. I just don't want to play anymore. Just forget it. So now you move this, and then he'll threaten it again, and then I just give up. He'll go there, and then I just... Like, can I do the trade now? But of course I can't because... Yeah, so that's basically all he has to do. I go there, which is still not even an octopus knight. And then you don't have a knight covers knight synergy, so you just lose the game because the queen can't reach it. So... Again, the problem in this position has nothing to do with his queen, nothing to do with the bishop, nothing to do with any of his pieces. It's my own knight. Because now I have to address this, which I knew was going to happen, but I can't do anything. What you might have a better chance of doing is this, just to try to stop it from coming in that diagonal. You could also come here, but then I can cover from other directions. This could be a little bit problematic. You can certainly give it check now, at least. I just get tilted by the style of play that these people do, which is totally just... Look at what he did, man. It's not like, oh, it was a guaranteed mate sequence. Like, whatever he did, it didn't work. It was bad. He shouldn't have done it. End of story. Now, even if I lose this game, that doesn't validate what he did. But I guess only in the sense that it's so random that... Or yeah, even that I still... was so concerned about the threat that I don't care about that. Okay, I'm only -1, so his gambit paid off. What a great genius thing that he studied, I'm sure. But even then, he didn't study it well enough, because I don't know what it still did. That had nothing to do with it. That was my own desire to trade. So I resisted the urge to queen trade for that long. Now this knight's going to be a liability again, because I'm going to... Oh my god. I just want to trade, but I guess I just can't ever do it, so... I can't. I mean, he'll just take the knight. We'll leave it for now. I think maybe his rook will come in and cause me some trouble. It's easy to break my spirit like that. Either you know an opening super well, or you do some kind of gambit, and I just don't care at that point because it's not what this level should be about. When you don't even know what you're doing, both of us. I guess this is sort of how I would play, though. I would try to do unique and creative things, but then at some point you realize they just don't work. I'll literally bring the rook and try to trade like that because there's no way to play otherwise. I literally just can't move anything. Successfully at least tilted me, so I give him that. At least I have like video to compare. I can show what the same rating was like before, and it was nothing like this, so that's fine. Like, you want to make it like FIDE, you want to make it even more competitive than FIDE would be at a mere 1100 rating. Like, who are these millions of people around the world clamoring to be 1200? Nobody is doing that because nobody cares. But at least we can finally move this. Now you can give a check with the... You could give a check with the bishop. If I go there, you're going to keep giving checks over and over. The only thing you want to do is stay off a light square. I can't decide which one's better to do. If I go to there, like, basically this could be the next move that you're going to do. And so... I don't know. You can't do anything with the bishop. And so all you have to do is just, if you keep checking, that's fine. If you check, I can just move. You're gonna need to bring the bishop there, which at least I'm not letting him do, but it's a very tenuous cover that could go wrong if he brings the rook in somehow. You try to take the pawn now on the other square, but I'll keep going back and forth on f7. Now, the biggest thing here is we're threatening the bishop, which is obviously going to move. And, like, this is how you just annoy a player in chess. This is it. The annoyance gambit. So he gives me that free because he's going to win the game, probably. Nice. Offensive genius, this guy. If I take you... Like, what is this? I blame streamers for this. I blame Hikaru and the big streamers. They think there's some kind of offensive genius, which... I don't know. Maybe they are. What do I know? You can't move the knight at all. What a big surprise. Or I couldn't have done that really in the first place. I mean, I could almost just take both. Since the biggest... Or no, I wouldn't be able to. You'd be double attacking there, so everything would still be the same. Like, the problem is he'll come like there. And then I just get mated, or... I'll just take this and I'll just deal with it, but at the very least you could win the knight because I can't move it, or I could like raise the pawn and then cover it with that. So he gives a check, I can obviously block, then you could double attack. If you give a check there, I could move. You give a check there, I could still move. You give a check there, then I move. Okay. Now we're attacking the queen. Oh, I mean, we lose the queen, too. That's what I just said. I guess I'm encouraging the very style of play that I'm criticizing, though. But that's good, dude. You'll be hard stuck at 1100 your whole life because this is not how you play the game of chess. Like, this just isn't it. Like, whatever you did was garbage. It only works because I'm even more garbage than that. And you'll probably still give it back to me somehow. Okay. I mean, I can't play if they're going to do stuff like that. I just can't do it. I just lose my desire to even play the game because... Like, what are these things that they're doing? You think, brilliant move, great move, but, like, what is the point still? None of that even won you anything. Imagine wasting 2 moves like that. You're not even up by anything. He makes a blunder. Yeah, see, it all started with a blunder, but of course, I just get so tilted by it. That it didn't like, that was a blunder. So what am I supposed to do? Move the knight here, which I thought about doing, but then you go here. So what do? I genuinely don't know what you do if he goes there because you're threatening. How do I save it? Oh, you'd probably just block it. Of course, the two diagonally stacked knights. What a genius structure this is. You're supposed to go there, which kind of leads to similar problems with the knight sort of hanging on something. You're gonna get forked, or like something's gonna go wrong. Or oftentimes the best way to deal with a knight getting threatened is just to take something else and just ignore it. Like, your knight gets attacked with a pawn, so don't try to save the knight. Just attack their bishop with a pawn somewhere else, and that's worth it because you know the knight is expendable anyway. Yes, who is it? Done. Let's go again. I don't know what my rule would be. Like, oh, if I lose 2 in a row. Hard stuck at 1150, and you'll come to realize that 1150 is the same as 15 because it's just, that's how this site works. I don't know why. I don't know how. There doesn't seem to be that much difference in a lot of these, which arguably is true in real life too, but something feels very contrived about it. And the reason why, I think, is because there's so many millions of people from around the world, and so that leads to a case where, you know, it's just, you wouldn't be able to find people like this, right? Who are the millions of people struggling hard and studying at 1100? Who are they? Where are they? You wouldn't be able to find them in real life because they don't exist, because, you know, there's not that many people. You go to a FIDE over the board event and there's only going to be some few people, local people or whatever. It's just not going to be like that. Which also means there's a lot of bad players and bottom feeders and things like that, which should be very fitting that one of them is me. You could unleash the knight into attack on there. Yeah, that game is a textbook answer on how to tell me. Just like, I just don't want to be a part of it. I don't want to be a part of that game in my life because it's so stupid the way he's playing. You go like that, you can guarantee the trade on the bishop. Let's just do it. I mean, you have to trade. Might not seem like a great spot. Like, just blunder a piece. Just do. Okay. Just like how they did last game. You ask and you receive, but I don't know how you play around stuff like that. Like, sacks are one of the most annoying things because either you know how to deal with it or you don't know how to deal with it. Like, you can't really... Like, how am I supposed to know in this amount of time and everything? Oh, yeah, that's totally safe to take or not. This is a decent pawn structure. Complements the light square bishop too. There's nowhere forward that you can go with the knight except for here, which isn't great. You could take, I would take, and so the main reason I do that is try to come behind to be that nice V shape that I'm looking for. Nimzowitsch Larsen attack, Indian variation. Anywhere you go, I could certainly take, but there could be a bad, sort of like a bait play coming if I do that. But you would have to just sack a piece to do it. Like, let's just try to trade everything in my normal stupid way, which actually tends to work pretty well. If you don't take, I'll take. Otherwise, you have to go back, or maybe there's some sort of pawn idea for that. You bring out the queen, you give a check, not a huge deal. I could even just continue my trading ways, but it would create a weird double stack scenario here, which isn't even that bad, because this kind of pawn structure is supposedly not bad. There's a lot of times where the engine will actually tell you to do that. Like, sort of let something get traded for a double stack scenario. Like, what's worse, trading a knight for a bishop for a knight, or getting double stacked pawns? Apparently, it's not too big of a deal. Like, I will just play like this now because I'm just pissed. Yeah, Dr. Nighttime. He comes home from work as a doctor, and the most stressful part of his day is playing the one game of chess against me, or some other clown like me at 1100 rating. Like, I won't even say now, like, oh, you know, I'm like an improvisational player who doesn't study, because I played long enough where I should be easily past this point anyway, right? Even though that's a deliberate style, which some people might mistake, like, oh, you know, how can you be this bad after, whatever, a year and a half of playing on sort of a regular basis? But at least that part was by choice, because not like being bad, but just I chose not to study because I wanted to see. I guess I can't explain that part to people because they keep saying the same thing, like, oh, haha, like, I should be better. That's fair, but that's not the point, right? Sometimes you're playing like two different games. One where you study and are trying to learn and play like a professional. The other where you're just trying to see how far you can get without doing that. So this is kind of bad. Like, I don't even want the knight there, but you kind of need it because you need this to block, and then we'll just wait. There's nowhere forward the knight can go that's too good. I do want this pawn structure, and then I can cover, and then I can just... Look how many moves this is, though. Like, I don't know how else to use the bishop here. And all it's going to do is equalize his own diagonal and set up for basically a trade. So if I don't take, it would be worse for me unless I want to try to do it like this. Or I could double take. The act of double taking would let him take there because he's going to unleash. That's okay, I guess. You won't really lose the rook, but he would take, I would take, he would move it, and then I could just come back. Where could you move the knight that's going to force me to address it is the thing. Go here, sack it, I take, go there. So once again, I don't even want the knight to be there. But if I don't put it there, it could be trouble. I really want this to cover eventually too. I want that to be the anchor, but I also want to put... Like, all this effort that I'm going through for the bishop to go there is not really worth it. I will admit. As long as you can't double attack the knight. But it won't even still work. Like, why am I even doing that? Like, I have to move this first, then I can move the knight. Then, I don't know, like, this bishop is so confusing to try to figure out how you were supposed to develop it to that square. It makes no sense. Or you're just like supposed to hope that he trades and double stack the pawn. Now everything will be good here. I can simply just move the knight. But the bishop will never ever in its life be able to go there. Which is okay because it's not like there's anything in that diagonal for me to protect. It's just... Okay, I'll just do it. We get the V-shaped structure anyway, so I don't really care about anything else. So at some point, I'd like to trade this bishop off, but I can't figure out how to do it. Or I could, like, double raise and then try to put it there, but I don't really want to do that either. I finally started like a second channel on YouTube where I went from not even having one or not really trying to upload anything ever to trying to do it like that. Where basically I'm trying to upload stuff like way more regularly because I do all these secondary series like for such long periods of time and for such, I don't know, basically this seems like a bad idea. I do it for long periods of time, and so it's like I thought eventually I'll catch up and upload every single episode of Chess, but that would just never happen. So like I always like to do thumbnails and titles and all kinds of stuff, just make it feel like a little more professional or like a little more thought put into it. I don't like to just upload stuff, but now I'm starting to do that. Like just everyone will have the same thumbnail and just generic stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that I've done that maybe is worth doing that for. I always believe in doing things in long form. Like I'm not going to just do clips, or I'm not going to just do like very, I don't know, very lowest common denominator type of stuff. So this is annoying. You won't be able to cover that, so it's just a simple matter of him going there, but I don't really even see how he does go there. I mean, you could do it in such a way that you're covering it from here, so you don't even have to worry about it. So he'll come there, and then if I take, you can obviously take there, but I don't have to take, or I can take there, and that would be a free take. And you just have to worry about that pawn. Whenever the pawns get split here, it can be super dangerous. You double stack it. Good opportunity actually to put the bishop here finally because he gave up the diagonal with his own bishop. but I still wouldn't be able to cover this with the rook in the other way. What does that even do? Take, nothing. I finally hijacked the diagonal back from him. Now, all it would take to win the game is a simple double stack attack, because you don't have the ability to protect that diagonal. I wonder if he'll notice that or do anything about it. At the very least, we should be able to guarantee a trade here. So he gives me both a double stack and a diagonal when he had both of them himself. That should be mate, unless I'm mistaken, which I probably will be. Check, he has to take. Check, he has to lose, yeah. You know, what if I didn't see it, though? That's what's funny about that game. What if I didn't see that I had the mate and he resigned anyway? Like, I appreciate the resignation, but there's so many times where people will miss obvious stuff like that. Now, see, this is what I mean, though. Like, even accuracy doesn't matter, but that at least shows, like, I'm doing my best. I'm at least focusing. I don't think I played perfectly, but yeah, that's what I should be. I'm 1600, so please just give me the 1600 and then I'll be done with my challenge and my account will be safe. I'm just getting so tilted playing against these people. Like, you just have to not worry about it, but you do have to worry about it because they're dangerous. Like, all these kind of clown sack style of play, it's just so not, it's not reliable. Like, it's not going to work, but I guess it incentivizes it because you are playing against such bad players that they might let you get away with it. As soon as you start to play better ones, it's just never going to work. Or you have to do like way more elaborate ones and then you actually know what you're doing. Let's make the push for 12. That's the one thing that's kind of unacceptable. And I even have that condition that if I hit the 50 mark, I can't fall back below the 100 mark of any rating. But, you know, to tank it that hard, like I was at 1236 at the beginning of last month when I first came back to the site. Not like I started there, but I started at 11 something and then I pushed for that. And maybe I got like a provisional boost because I hadn't played in a while. So the games were giving me more, taking more away when I would lose and stuff. But the point is that how can you go from 1236 to 1149? Like, how does that happen? You just stop at that point forever and just never play again because I don't get what you're doing. I was on a good streak and then maybe I get overconfident. But you wouldn't need to be overconfident to realize what 1200 chess is about, which is not as competitive as maybe it seems. So again, you're supposed to do something with the center pawns here, because if you don't do that, there's something weird that happens with the knights where they become too much of an easy target. But you know what? I'm going to play this way instead, but I can't even do it, but I can do it. I just want to put the knight here. So we put this here and we take the diagonal, even though he's playing in a weird way that I can't comprehend. Like, what are these moves? What is the structure at the beginning of the game? Is this theory? Did you study this? Did you practice this move? When? A lot of sports references today. That's the Patrick Ewing. I feel like that fits super well for chess. You do like some weird sack like that one guy. Did he study that move? Is that theory? Do you practice that move? When? When in your life have you played that clown show of a game? And yet I still reward them for it. So take would be acceptable. You could unleash this into something and then you'd be threatening to take there. You could do it from this side if you really feel like, but that doesn't, well, the reason why that would be good is because you could take the other way, but then you're letting him block the diagonal, but you're really not, because he moves it there. I can take it. You take and then you take, so then you leave that one isolated instead of trying to get the perfect connection of all five, which is very hard to do. So let's move the knight. Let's just not do anything too ambitious here. That's one of my biggest weaknesses too. It's not even just underestimating them, but trying to go for weird stuff like, oh, I'm going to try to bait this and then take the thing for free. Like, it's just not going to happen. And as you start to play better players, it won't happen. But I think I get tilted by the ongoing experience of it. Like, you want to get some easy wins. Like, blunder your queen this game and then give me a hard game next one. But I just can't deal with, like, I don't know, like maximizing effort every game, regardless of what level you're playing at. You always want some freebies and some easy little ones to push you forward. They give me 5 games in a row where you just blunder your queens. Remember that time I feasted on Indians at night? Just a weird phrase, but when I beat like whatever 20 out of 20 people from India on the chess, because that was like my final push for 1700 on there for my permanent challenge. So it's just like a time of day thing. You have to choose when you think the weaker field is going to play, but I don't see why that would be weaker. It just happened to occur that way. Indian game, but this is more I don't know where actually some of these names come from. Some of them are so weird. Some of them are just named after people, like, oh, the hillbilly attack. I guess just because it's considered like an unsophisticated and stupid attack, but it's been played by like very high rated players. It was played by Magnus one time, like just one game ever, but I guess it's just because it was like in a blitz format or something, but still. He's really thinking hard about this, and I don't know what to really okay, so he's not letting me even think about that. But you're moving the pawns kind of too much. The best you could do is maybe block my bishop in the process of doing that. If I go there, what does it really do? Our development is good. I just want to do something with these pawns, and I guess this will be it. If he takes, I simply take with the knight. I don't even have to take with the pawn. If I take, he has to kind of split his pawn, or he doesn't really have to do anything. I just hate it because it's like either the opening is an absolute, like it's just solvable and it's just stupid and everybody knows what they're doing. And so that you shouldn't really try to play, like it's a discipline thing. I would be the type of player who plays for these crazy things in the opening too, because I just want to see different and exciting moves. But after a while, you realize that just doesn't work and everybody just does the same thing. So then just do the same thing. Like, you can't have it both ways. Like, oh, a game of infinite variety. Also, here's the right move every move along the way that everybody knows and studies and memorizes, at least for the parts of the game that you can do that with, which is the opening and the end game. Like, that's the whole Paul Morphy prognostication. Like, I'd rather play in a period of time like that, right, the purest time of chess, even if I get destroyed by Morphy and better players. Not saying I'd be that good, but at least the style would be like, there's not really that much to study from, so you're forced to come up with ideas and try things and not really know how good they are, whereas now you have all the answers there. The game is basically solved for human purposes. If you play like the engine, you never lose. So it's just a case where, you know, you have to just preserve some sort of purity of the game, which is why I deliberately am bad just to play at this low level, because you see some variation, but somehow Richard Rapport and stuff represent that same idea. Luke McShane and Richard Rapport, both for different reasons. Luke, just because he seems to not take the games that seriously, for considering how good he is, like 2,700 rated player, who's like a stockbroker in Europe or something, and he moonlights as a super grandmaster. And then Richard Rapport, obviously, because he's such a troll, but it still works at a 2,700 level. So at what point does that actually not feel like maybe that's a component in why he's so successful, but most people wouldn't dare to play like that. So I went from being one of these clowns that I'm making fun of to sort of being overly cautious just because it stopped working at some point, whether it be queenside castling or sacking pieces and doing all kind of weird stuff. Or maybe that is my problem. I should have had more faith in it because I was having more success then. If I go up, take. It's like I don't even really want to take it, but I just wanted something to happen with it. So as long as he takes and I take with the knight, I'm okay with it. I just don't want to put the pawns like that. Okay, so all we should do is maybe bring the queen there and then try to take there or something. I don't know. I don't like leaving stuff hanging kind of locked in combat, but that's a sign of a good quality game. Like, you'll have like all the pawns attacking each other, but they never take. And they'll just like, they'll have a chance to trade pieces for like 50 moves, but they just won't do it because they're waiting for the most opportune time to actually get an advantage from it. And there is something to that. Like, a contest between two masters is decided instantly, where like it doesn't look like anything's happening. They're just playing on like a surface level, but there's so much depth to what they're doing. Like, oh, they're not even taking any pieces. What's going on? It's the 15th move. But there is sort of an invisible battle going on. I love that quote. It was used in Code Geass, but I think it was from somewhere else. Just like an Art of War, maybe extrapolation on it. So I would take. I'm not really sure what the point of that is. Like, I'm fine with trading the knight. I don't see how it benefits him in any way. You can take with the bishop, and then I would gladly take 2. But maybe it lets him seal off the diagonal a little bit too well, whereas before I might have had a more credible threat there. There's 2 scenarios that really encourage me, like when they're really slow and they give me a huge time lead, which this guy really hasn't done that. Or if they're just like very bad and they blunder a queen or something. Okay, that's at least fine. So again, I don't see an incentive to take. I'll threaten the pawn. Or maybe I do have more ability to take this than I realize. I would take, I know he's got too much cover though. Now we could try to do it that way, but you wouldn't even win anything, I guess, as a result. So I'm actually happy with this sort of closed pawn structure. It's always one of my favorite things. Like, how could I possibly go wrong with that? Get our nice little V shape, very aesthetic, nothing to do with that. Or couldn't I have still took? I didn't have to make that pawn move, so he did just blunder a pawn. I forgot my own threat that I just did 5 seconds ago. I could do this, and then you'll be able to cover by, let's say, moving the knight. You can't move the bishop. He is in a very claustrophobic spot. You cover by moving the knight, and the reason why you're able to do that is because of the rook, obviously, but you don't have very many spots to go. In fact, you have nowhere to go besides that. Maybe I should try to bring my knight into the other side. This is not doing anything there anyway. Or I could try to do it here. This is kind of a big move. Do I want to try to put the pressure where I can take that and then take that? Or do I want to try to take the light square bishop, which has... we'll go back there to prevent the fork. If he goes anywhere else, I can take the pawn as well. I think I'll actually go the other way as much as I normally would just try to trade for that. You have to assume so many things aren't going to work that you end up not even trying them. Right? It's sort of discipline, like... It's hard to play your max potential when people are so streaky like that, though, right? It's sort of like playing up or down to your competition. There's no real reason why you have to do it like that. Just certain fundamental principles, like always play your best game. It doesn't matter who you're playing against, but it's easier to say that. If you go there, I could obviously take. So now we're setting up for that double threat, which should be pretty hard still to deal with, because there's nothing that he has that is going to be too convincing here to try to cover it. The knight is the ultimate liability that you always have to take advantage of, which definitely holds true both for and against my benefit, because I always end up letting it get trapped or something stupid happens. We're trying to punish him for the double stacked pawn. What would I do if I was him? I would maybe try to move the bishop preemptively and then go there. That way I wouldn't have to move the knight, but it's maybe too late. Like, go there, go there, go there, and then I simply can't take, regardless of the position of the knight. Watch him do exactly that. He must be sniping me, haha. I don't even mind it, because like I would encourage it. Like, don't play badly and don't give me an easy win then. Make me actually have to earn it. So anything that I can see, you should be able to see too. So I should still be able to beat you then. That is a tremendous sense of honor. Or that's pretty good too for the same purpose. So there's no way to really get the... You know, you could sort of do a bait threat. So now that's going to be secure no matter what. Because I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. Let's try to do something else and go there maybe. There's no threat that's too credible here. You go there, you go there. It seems like a weird move, but I can't figure out how else the light square bishop is going to be effective at all. I love some of those puzzles that show like, oh yeah, it shows arrows like this. Oh yeah. Like, what does that... They just show, like, any structure. Like now you have this pawn structure. Wow. Like any structure, you can just put random arrows. It doesn't mean that it has any rhyme or reason to it. But now that's a horrible move because you get to, well, you have to address the mate threat. You just can't take there. You could block with the knight, but I could also take the knight. Gotta be careful of the threats. Okay, so you have to do that. And so the question is, do I move the bishop now away? Or what do I even do? This is the scenario where the knight should really shine, but it just doesn't. See, this is where you gotta have that really great offensive mindset. There's some way to mate here in like probably 2 to 3 moves, but I don't know what it is. I go there, sack it. I can't take. My other pieces aren't really in enough. I try to do this. I don't want to leave this just hanging here, though. Like, the threat was done. It didn't work. It didn't accomplish anything. But we kind of have to leave it there, I guess, because... Oh, no, this was covered all along, though, too. I should try to just bring more pieces in there. Like, he would take... I would take... You know what one of my problems is with attacking is that even here, like, you would think, oh, I'd be happy to do that because then I could put the rook behind and try to attack. But instead, I'm like, no, I still want my structure to be nice and pretty even when I'm on the offensive. You just have to throw caution to the wind and just go for it sometimes. Okay, you got to move this now because it's just not going to work. I'll try to trade there and just accept the fact that it's not going to be very efficient. And you know what I'm actually going to do is... I'm going to end up trapping my queen somehow because, you know, I don't know. You can't do anything with that. You would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. You want to have some sort of diagonal to escape to, and this could get a little messy. So that threat wasn't too credible. This threat wasn't too credible. Like, how many times do you have to keep needling them with these stupid threats? But at least it keeps you a little more in control of the game. That brings the queen there, which doesn't bother me at all. In fact, now it makes that double threat pretty good because you would think that you can't recover in time to actually save it if I do that attack. I don't know what else you're threatening from there, really. You're going to try to trap the queen, but it shouldn't work, especially if I do this, or now I can't do it. This knight was just no help at all. I mean, I can easily escape from there. There's no problem with that. So if I do this now... No, you can't come there, though. But I still can't take because I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. I don't think there's any downside of doing this, though. So both the rooks cover this, so you don't have to worry about it. You can't come there. You can't come there. So what exactly do you do with this position? You don't even need that cover now, but maybe the right idea. I kind of want to do this, but it doesn't really work. Take. Maybe it's time for the knight to take a break because it's not doing anything up there anyway. So again, as long as the queen has some sort of good way to go out of this. So we go like this, and then... Okay, that he could have taken an hour ago. Yeah, we'll go like this. And then he would take, I would take, he would take, wait. Oh yeah, because of the knight, obviously, that I just did that. And I have like some sort of short-term memory loss. I wonder if there's somebody who, who's like a grandmaster or something who's actually has that. Just double stack, it'd be fine. Or like some people were saying, oh, Karpov supposedly didn't have the best memory. I don't know if that was as he got older or whatever, but I'm sure it's just compared to other chess players. There's no way that... Oh, wow, look at my time. There's no way they... Oh! There could be some problem here. Okay. It's so little time. That should still be the biggest priority. Somehow the queen's gonna get trapped in there. Somehow you might win that back. Like take. Oh my god. Or no, wait, that was the dumb. I would say that's the dumbest thing you could have done, but the reality is that here, I'm just gonna go for some crazy mate. We're also forking the rook, but you can escape a number of ways, but you really can't give a check as the main function. Oh my god. At least now we can threaten these out. There's gonna be a check that you can do with that though. That's still trouble. Or just do this check. You still have the double stack. We gotta watch the one on the dark square, and we gotta watch the potential of the queen to check as well. They should almost just go back and play it safe now. Or now we're threatening in such a way that there would be another mate, but it's still not going to happen, and that's now if you take, I don't know what I'm doing, I have no idea. If you take, I could check and then probably take there. If you take there, I could take there. You could take there. At the very least, you would win something for that, like the bishop. Right, let's say you take the bishop, everything's safe, everything's good. Oh, but I have 6 seconds. I just trade everything down. I don't care. I won't be able to do it. Man, this is not fun, dude. I don't like this. Forget the 10-minute format. I don't care if I fail because it's stupid. It always comes down to this. When I play well, then I don't have time. It's such an antithetical thing for chess. Like, why even bother playing if you're going to do the stupid time control stuff? I'll try to pre-move the whole way. You ran out of time. Okay. It's just not what the point of the game is, but I did play classical for long enough, so it's only fitting I should do that. But there's no way that you would really have lost that game. It would have been... I guess maybe he was making mistakes towards the end too, but that's an okay move. You're trying to... It wanted me to do the double bishop threat on the pawn there. It's just so dumb. It doesn't matter even if you win games for that reason. Blunder, but then we turn it into something good. Blunder, blunder, blunder to cancel each other out. Yeah, it doesn't take into account in the evaluation how much time you have left, though. You're actually winning by a substantial amount. That doesn't seem like you are. Like that would have given... In fact, if you were a little bit more shrewd, you could have just took, right? You could have just took, and then that would have been a pass pawn. So that would have been a very easy way to get the queen. This is where the draw by insufficient material, timeout versus insufficient material, would be a good savior for you, but that's almost what I would try to play for, but I just didn't try to do anything there. Or wait, no, it's not that. I can't remember what it is. There's that one like where he graduates from college. Oh, residence. I'm losing because of gambits that they're doing, crazy kind of stuff that just tilts me in the early game, and also because of time. So, I mean, that's okay. Just as a philosophical principle, you should not worry about time when you're learning how to do something or when you're not good at doing something. That's just a good logical razor to follow in life. Also, 600 rated chess players go burr and blitz and bullet. This is the way that streamers ruin chess for that reason, let's say. Not that that's even entirely true, and those formats probably were popular regardless, you know, over the years. Like, it's good, it's flashy, you get to show off, but it's not good chess. Even by their standard, because, like, they're not playing as well as they could be otherwise, so what's the point? Like, you worked your whole life to... you worked your whole life to play at a suboptimal level than what you can play at just because you want to show off or whatever you want to do. I could try to double take. You could easily cover it, or I could just take. If he takes, I could take and check, or I have an unleashed capability too. It's just kind of just long enough and just short enough to give the illusion of a quality game. Or I guess I am just slower than I even expect. Now here you would love to do a scenario where you could just... You know... Now this discourages the castle because you're able to... You know, if he castles then he loses one of the covers, so I could just take the bishop for free. You'll pay your price for your lack of development and not castling early. And so now I would love to bring my own Darksphere Bishop in here on the attack, but that could take a while. People always take the easy way out in so many games, especially multiplayer games, because there's such an ego fallacy with it. Like, try to play an MMO and try to just play it and just have fun like you would play a single player game. Like, oh, I just want to try things and just see what works and theory craft. No, look everything up and you have to play it in this exact way that's like considered solved and all this kind of stuff, which you can do that if you want. I'm not telling you how to play it, but I'm saying you don't need to do it like that. It's just my desire to trade is very strong there. What might actually end up happening is you'll somehow double stack and mate me, but I don't think that's possible, because what's actually going to happen is you could just bring the king in and it would be fine. But actually, I'm going to pay the price for my lack of development. It's easy to develop pieces when you just sack them early, isn't it? When you just lose them, there's nothing to fill up your board. Claustrophobia is one of my big weaknesses. Wow, hillbilly thing again. Is that because of me, or is that because of... All my moves are reactive anyway, so I don't really know what I'm doing in terms of an opening or other, you know. You should never go into a game saying like, oh, I'm going to play this opening and this opening only, and I'm going to play it, you know, like a very specific way. Because you have to adjust and react to what your opponent's doing. It's not chess, it's rock, paper, scissors, which I always say that in card games too. Like, you know, certain matchups are just unfair. You just have an objective advantage. That's especially true like in Pokemon. Like, oh, I have a fire-focused deck. Obviously, you'll have some variety in there, but you have a fire-focused deck. They have a water-focused deck. So they have an objective advantage where things will just randomly do more damage just because they have the type advantage, and that's it. Nothing to do with the skill of the game, nothing to do with even the RNG of drawing cards, none of that. That's just the way the game works. So obviously, you can't do that. This could get dangerous, though, so... Oh, you know what? You could check there, and that would be trouble. You could... You might have to sack the pawn. Sack the pawn, let him go there. That shouldn't matter too much. Right, so go ahead and do it. I just have to stay connected to here, and hopefully at some point he'll let me develop, but I don't know what he's doing. This is going exactly as he planned, you understand. He wanted to be -4, so he could get this weird position that could potentially lead to a mate, which with this little on the board, you wouldn't think is possible, but you could just say, oh, haha, bad development, really bad development, but it doesn't really mean that. It's just, you know, where does the knight go from there that it's really a threat? That's the thing. He could put it like on... He could put it like on F4 to try to attack on E2 with the triple attack. At some point, my king could maybe just run or get out of there. I don't even know. But it really can't because of the double stack. So we're going to be here for a while, just not being able to develop anything. I could develop the knight, but then he's going to immediately push it out. But I could do like sort of an octopus knight, which also doesn't work. probably better off doing this, but I don't really know what he's doing. There's no check that you can give with the knight. No check that you can give with the rook. There's no check that you can give with the queen, or you can give a check like there. You gave up the double stack too, though, so it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Like, all you have to do is survive this, but I won't be able to because I'm already annoyed. He gives me a free piece and I'm already mad. Like, +2 even for a draw. I just get very tilted very easily, I guess. Not even by losing, just by the style of play that we're seeing. Like, if you're going to be a study Andy, like, they can't make up their mind. They'll study, like me, I guess. They'll study certain things, but then they'll also just do random stuff. So how am I supposed to understand that? Like, oh, if I study, then I'll only know how to play the perfect lines like Andre. You can easily throw people like that off. Like, he's a good player, but he's very fundamentally based, and I'm not so good of a player, but the point is my style is more improvisational. I just kind of do whatever comes to me, and it is more enjoyable to play the game that way, but it not only doesn't work, it's just too taxing too. Like, it's just, you can't rely on that, right? It's so much easier when you have your fundamentals. You can play blindfolded, and you can play, you know, as we see better players do eventually. It's not a question of them just being better. It's a question of them getting the fundamentals and memory down to such a point that they can just play it on instinct. They don't even have to worry and exert themselves every game. Which is not to diminish how hard it is to get to that point, obviously, but so now you could attack the knight. The knight actually can't go anywhere, so the knight is trapped. But something bad is still going to happen somehow. He brings the rook. I could just take it. If I get mated here, I'm just gonna stop playing. Yeah, I just don't want to deal with this, man. Just play a normal game. Why do people play like this? Although you could say the same about me, that I'll play this like overly defensive style. Which chess nickname do you like better? The human calculator or permadeath Petrosian? I never even know who really Petrosian was. I just knew he had like a defensive style. But that's just like part of the alliteration meme, right? Like, where that was big on Twitch for a couple years. Like, you would just say an adjective and then a word that starts with the same letter. And that's supposed to be like a joke or whatever. Average Twitch humor. I could take the knight, but man, I'm not too sure about this. The best move is probably not to even do that. Because you're going to get mated. Somehow, some way, you're going to get mated. And like, there's just not enough development going on here where he'll come there. If I was to take it, let's say she calculate a little bit. He checks, I go back. I'm going to do it, but I'm probably going to lose. You see how it just kills my desire to even think about it? Like, it just feels so stupid. Like, I should win, I'm +6, but I won't win somehow because my development is really despicable. I'm playing like I'm actually -5 because I'm not using the advantage that I have. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, I don't think I can do this. I don't have the desire to really... That's what I hate. Like, at least if they beat me... I don't know. I just don't care. Like, I'm not even looking. What are you supposed to do there? Just develop, probably. Let him covered. It's okay. Not getting like the positions that I just feel comfortable with. They're doing too many weird things. Okay, if I lose another one, I'm done. Give it one more chance. It's not like I lost too much from that. This is one of the most depressing experiences ever because it's really my own failure to show a lot of what I talk about and stand for, just generally, what I believe in games. Like, I don't get... You can just tell right there, like, I wasn't even trying. I wasn't even thinking. I didn't care. I'm just kind of fed up with it. It just shows you I don't really like the game, or I don't like the way that people play the game, which is at least partly the right way that you end up seeing a lot. You're not really... I don't know. There's so many elements that are just annoying and stupid. One day you'll be able to draw people in 70% of your games. That's how you know you're doing it the right way. Also, the best game ever made, right? Like, maybe there's a reason why chess wasn't popular. Maybe there's a reason why it required all this kind of clown behavior to become, you know, in the mainstream popular, and it was struggling so much, and people turned to Twitch and all this kind of stuff. So you could go here. Just no, you can't. Something bad can happen here, but at least you can escape with it. There's always this sort of pawn exchange that can sometimes be bad for me. So I always try to go for it, but then he could double take. You want to come here. Also, it stops the sort of diagonal there. You have to do it just so much that it becomes second nature, which is, that on one hand isn't fun. Then you also have to study it so that you learn these objectively solvable notions of, like, you know, that's just objectively the best thing in all these situations, which you could say, oh, well, that's fairly obvious that things would work that way, but the fact that so much of it works that way, and the fact that everybody seems to play it that way, like, with that in mind, it's exactly what I was saying, like, with MMOs and stuff all the time. Right? Like, you can't just play the game, and sure, you're still trying to win, sure, you're still trying to be successful, but there's not just, like, one way of doing everything. But there is. That's how chess works. You have to do it exactly the right way, or you just lose. But I'm just being lazy, actually. But here is the same double take scenario. This should be okay. Yeah, I need to be like, either I play 30-minute games and I just don't care about time and take my time and try to play my best like I was doing before, or I have to go like 1 minute. My next challenge should be bullet chess. Just play 1 minute and just, who cares? Because either you value the game or you don't. And I think most people at this level not only don't value it, but there's some sort of ego trip with it. They're just playing it to show off, or they don't really value the game at all. That's why it's a weird reverse psychology. Like, I didn't play chess when I was younger because I liked it and because I respected it, because I thought highly of it, that, like, oh, if I'm going to do it, I'm going to really commit to it, or if I'm going to do it, I should be better, or whatever, right? So I deferred to the whole idea of meritocracy there, but I shouldn't have. I should have just done it anyway and just said, who cares? I'm better than 90% of people, because it's not hard to do if you just play a little bit. Like, they make a mockery out of it. Yeah, even here, I'm better than 88% of people. Haha, 88 percentile. Without even studying, so I must be gifted. I must be better than everybody else. Which, that's the best raw way to measure it. Like, when you first start playing, before you ever study or do anything, you kind of can look at it like that, where, you know, how good are you at the beginning? Then over time, it gets obscured because you're playing against people who arguably haven't studied as much as you, or you can only compare yourself to other professional players, right? So once you get to 2,000 FIDE, you can't compare yourself to people who are 1,000, because you were 1,000 at one point and you had to work towards that. So nobody just starts playing and they're 2,000 in like a month. That just doesn't happen. Even you can look at like the growth rates of Magnus and this and that. It at least takes an insane amount of time. So you could go like there. I don't know what else that threat does. I could take there. There's some sort of threat on that. It's not going to be covered. You could move the knight and you could threaten the pawn, or I mean this is uncovered. These pawns aren't exactly in the best arrangement, I'll admit. could go here. I don't know exactly what's going to happen, but at the very least, we have a case where if he pushes that, I can certainly take. We'll get pushed out by that. We might get trapped. You could double stack on there, but that wouldn't even help. I kind of just want to move this knight, but I guess I can't. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take, but it is a little bit scary to think about. The reason why it was so good before, I guess, was because, okay, now if he takes, I could double take, but it wouldn't be enough. And there's no real need for me to take, but you know, it's just sort of in my nature. I can still take and then move away. It would double stack the pawn. And you have to be weary still of the same scenario, because you're like, you're gonna, no, you blocked your own diagonal, so I guess that's not under as much threat, but that's just been perpetually uncovered. He takes there, I could still take back, he could still take back. I kind of just want to get rid of that knight, to be honest with you. I'll take there. There's some sort of pin down threat here you take in mind. He could also take there, though. Let's just take a bunch of random stuff. Or that would have been a good, oh shit. That would have been a good threat, because even if he tried to take the pawn then, it wouldn't have done anything. You could go like this, and then if he moves it, I could take. And on top of that, then you, I don't know. I'd be able to double threaten, but then he could just take. See how I just get fed up? I don't know if it's even me underestimating people, or just like me not really putting forth the right effort. I don't know how I can be like that. Or you should just take it with the queen itself then. Maybe that's the biggest problem with low-rated players, is they're treating it like a game, but even then, they're not taking it seriously enough. Like, anybody can calculate if you just really take the time. Not saying you'll know what's best to do with that, not saying it'll be perfect, but you could almost just go like that. This pawn is pretty much gone no matter what. Or maybe not. You're covering on both ends, but you're double attacking there. But again, this would be beautiful, actually, because you might think you get it, but you don't. You think you do, but you don't. One of the classic gaffes in all of history. Oh, okay. Trying to do my little yo-yo thing. Which shouldn't really work, because you could still, I think I've demonstrated that pretty well, actually. That it never really works. You could keep going and then try to bring the queen in there, but I could just raise the pawn, and then I basically could trap the bishop in the process. Right, so you can't do it, or you could just take you could just take. I mean, maybe I should have stayed attached somehow, but I don't know what else would have happened. He would take, I would take. He can't give a check with the queen. You could take there, I could take back. Probably no reason to do it this way, but it's okay. Or it's hard for me to, I don't know, it's like a weird combination where you can certainly still just move this. It's a weird combination where you have to put in a lot of time, but then I only have but so much time to put in, so it's kind of an excuse, but it's like I should be able to do it all day, every day, and then I would take it seriously. I can't do it like halfway. Hey Avery, how's it going? So we move the bishop back. We could attack the queen. Position isn't actually as bad as it looks, but He just tried to do a failed yo-yo attempt. My patented technique where you put the bishop past the king and then you come in, but it only works maybe like 1 or 2 out of like 50 times I tried to do it. This is no longer covered. There was some sort of vague unleash possibility there, but it's just not really the time to do it. So I should try to trade this. We'd come there. Even if you did, it's still fine. Pretty good. How about yourself? We come up here, and then we saw the Dark Square Bishop. You can give a check on the back rank, which shouldn't be much of a problem. Or I could try to use this actually for the double stack attack. There's nothing he's really threatening. I'm surprised he didn't take that pawn on c2. He could have easily done it before with the bishop. So I don't know exactly what to do with my Dark Square Bishop. We're double attacking there. He has a double stack too. Like, what good does his Dark Square Bishop do him now? But this is sometimes how you're supposed to put it, whether it be the King's Indian or other kind of openings. Over the board tournament, 1-5. I've never been to one of those. Actually, I should try one day just to see what it's like. Here, 1 win. Yeah, 5 loss. That's tough. It must be a tough field. Sometimes you'll meet like IMs and stuff there too. Somebody was like telling me, not even that they were playing against them, but just, you know, they happen to be there. Go here. Cover it, I guess. I can't really take that. Just the club. Yeah, that's what I have to start doing. I have to start going to a club. I have to start reading books. I have to really start taking it seriously if I want to get past 1100, it seems like. Because that's maybe what some of these people do. We're double attacking there. He's attacking with the queen on that same diagonal. Club lead, cool. Gives a check. I could block. I mean, so we're still double attacking that same pawn. If he moves the pawn, I could obviously take the queen. Now he's gonna have like multiple passed pawns, which is why you shouldn't probably have played that way. So the first step is you can just take. I mean, I have multiple passed pawns too, though, so you have to make a decision how you exactly want to go about this. Just, do I try to push or do I try to defend? The fact that my king is on this side and his king is on the wrong side means that my king can block out for these. He needs his king to help out with those. He's letting me take that for free. But not really, because the act of me trading would still allow him to take and then take again, so. And now he's going to have like 4, or not that, but he's going to have 4 connected passed pawns, or actually only really 2, but it can easily turn that way. It's hard to decide what you should do. Probably the right way to play it would just be, okay, try to push your own pawns, but it's sometimes the best to try to come behind it, but it doesn't always work that way. Go here, and then it's going to be hard to do anything with it. Like, you're not going to win this. He could sack the queen, or he could just sack for it, and he would still be fine. I mean, I've already had a month to do it, so I'm already behind. But my best chance would have been when I got to 1236. I should have just kept going forward. I don't know what happened. How do you tank it that hard? Like, there might not be that much of a difference between these ratings of players, but I don't get it. Or I should just try to gobble these up and let him take. He'd come there, he's gonna be threatening, he's letting me take. Pushes, takes. If he pushes this, it's okay for now. Now he won't even be able to push the middle one. He can try to give a check. He'll give a check. I'll have to go down there. Could be problematic. gives a check now, it would be okay too. You always get so low on time too that it makes you think you can get away with something, but you just double attack there, I wouldn't be able to do anything. It's very hard to maintain this as far as like still covering that. I'll let him take it, but the act of him doing it would let me take there. If I go there, he could check there. There's no point. Like, you're going to lose that pawn no matter what. But now you lose it without him even having to move the king. You could double take here, but then he'll obviously win. Yeah, I find that kind of disingenuous, the way that people treat it, because that was the same thing that happened when I first started doing it on this. It never happened on my old channel really that much, because I guess people weren't taking chess online too seriously. But then it's like people who are good at the game and who have studied and whatever, like, fair enough, but they treat it like everybody plays it that way, which they don't. Entry is consent. The old I need an emote for that, even though it has kind of a dark implication sounding quality to it. Or they could use that in like those haunted houses that have whatever, like they do all kind of really graphic stuff. You're the one who came there. You're the one who chose to play chess. So now you have to be pitted against people who study it their whole life and read books to be 1200 rating, apparently. Which is unironically true, at least for some. AMD Blue came from IBM, some kind of contest. They gotta have more flavor text things in the loading screen for that. I keep seeing the same ones over and over, and you barely have time to read them. Like, what is instructive about this game? I keep losing ones that I'm clearly winning just because I'm too lazy to actually think about what's happening. Which has nothing to do with how good or bad you are. And see, that's just an effort level. Like, if you're going to get mated in 2 to 3 moves and you just don't do anything about it, anybody can see that, but you have to actually try. He was supposed to take, even though I would have been able to double take. He blunders with the queen, but what was the blunder? The fact that I could maybe take the pawn. The miss, yeah, I swear those misses weren't there even before. And now they invented them just to describe my moves. And I even complain about that too, like, that's a blunder, just giving away the pawn. So you weren't actually losing at all at that point. Some of the hardest moves are like where you just move stuff back and forth, or you do something, you know, that's seemingly a stale, repetitive thing. And you could say, oh, it's just because, you know, people don't think that way, but it's more like you don't want to think that way, and you don't want to pretend like the game is meant to be played in such a stale way. Like, I don't want to move my king back and forth 50 times and get a draw every game, but that's what you're supposed to do, especially the better you get. Yeah, what was the blunder with the queen? So much of it does just come down to memory too. Like, oh, you've seen this before, or you study this, and so you have to... I'm supposed to go where, though? B5 is best. B5? If he takes, I take... Huh. Why doesn't it show you, like, properly here? Right? It normally shows you the arrows, but it won't show you here. Queen 6 is the blunder, 95. So B5 is best. Bishop E3 is a miss. One of those cheeky threats. You go here because he can't take. Even if he does take, I attack again. It doesn't seem like a huge deal, though, but I don't see immediately what you're winning. Take, then I could take. I even have the settings on to try to make this the fastest. I think it's not like you need the newest version, or maybe it resets every time. Like, I don't really care about the quality of it. I just care about getting an idea. Like, what is so good about this? That was the right move. This was apparently not the best move, even though you were just doing that in a winning sense. Now you take with the knight, and you're threatening. They're double threatening. You're going to end up winning a pawn, at least for sure. And that also serves as an unleash. Okay. Go like there to cover it. You're still going to be able to take, though. But he's supposed to push the pawn. Even when you win something or when they blunder, it takes like 50 moves to actually capitalize on it. And then you end up potentially putting yourself at risk, too. That's not what you're supposed to do. You first take there, and then you'll end up double taking. I assume his move is just to take that, and then I would take. What? It's still not enough. It wants to do even more fancy stuff. Now you unleash him to take the rook. You have to move the queen. Damn, I can't even guess the right moves properly. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't even say time was the issue because I gave myself extra time, but I feel like I already fail my challenge. I have to get to 1,300 by the end of the month, and I can barely even play the game. But I guess you just have to play better under pressure. Like, if I just play, I should maybe institute that rule, but that'll have to be next time because I don't like to change it in the middle of it. I'm usually pretty true and honorable about my formats. Like, I should at least be able to get to ratings I've been at before off stream, and then I have to push new ground on stream, because it's not fair that now I have to sit here for 10 hours and try to get to 1,200 just to try to then push for 13. I've already been 12 just like a few weeks ago, so what does it prove? It's not like I'm doing anything new. Wait, that never even happened, though. That's just my own, whatever, hypothetical move that he might have made. So maybe I'll do... Let's go until I lose, even though I just said... Wait, why did it do that? Let's go until I lose, even though I just said that should be the last one. I can't get it in my head to just try to calculate in those kind of high pressurized situations. I'll just get annoyed by how they're playing and just give up. And sometimes you still win, but you have to take a little bit of time to do that. That's the thing I can't believe that kids would have the discipline to do. Like, it's just so boring. Like, oh yeah, I can just think through every move and just sit here for like an hour, but like even playing the longer games, which I like to do, but I like them more in principle. It doesn't mean I'm actually patient enough to always take my time. Here we go again, dude. This kind of it doesn't even matter, but it's just stupid. Like, this guy studied the game, because you wouldn't do that if you hadn't. Like, how would you know that that's the right thing to do and do it so quickly too? That's fine. Now you go like this and get some kind of V-shaped structure, I guess is okay. Because you're going to have to force the double stack pawn, but he still has to think about it. When would you not trade a piece to double stack your opponent's pawns when the piece is so bad because it's a knight that you almost have to second guess it? You could try to double attack that, which doesn't actually matter, but that's kind of a gaping hole to leave for the king. I always like those positions where you can trade a bishop off for like the knight and then prevent them from castling because of it, because they have to take with the rook. That's like one of those very subtle in-between tactics that seems like doesn't really seem like you're winning because of it, but it's just a nice little bonus. Or even just like having to trade the bishop for the knight here, and they have to open the king. Like, those are nice little in-between things to learn, but that you learn at like 800, I guess, because it's you have to do way more complicated things here to actually win games. Because these people are kind of like me in that sense. They'll have stretches of brilliance and they'll have stretches of being a total clown. So you never know what to expect. So you just have to withstand it, and oftentimes you're going to end up in a draw situation anyway. Right? Because you won't give up anything easy, and you're not smart enough to come up with something more complex as an attack or whatever. So here you could just cover. It might not be ideal, but he's seemingly letting me have it. And then we'll be pinning down the bishop too. I don't see anything from that that would be damaging for me. It's almost like you could try to do this and you'd be, first of all, winning this as a you know, the fact that it's pinned, but you're also forking them. But you probably won't let me do that. So first of all, you should just castle and you'd be fine. So he castles, I go there. Then he just moves one of them, and then it's no big deal. We do have the open file, regardless. We haven't seen an Octopus Knight opportunity actually in a while. Yeah, we're still threatening the fork, but it wouldn't actually be a fork now because of the simple... Or wait, I should try to do it more in line with what I was saying before. Just try to get the bishop there and get the pawns where I want them to be. To get that V-shaped structure, you get the perfect dark square diagonal going. It's just so wildly inconsistent. Like, that's part of the good thing about longer formats. Even if you play like 15 plus 10 or whatever, that's like what Andre plays. People aren't going to typically blunder their queens and stuff, at least. Not that they should be anyway, but it's just more normal. And then if you beat me, fine. But there's just something so frustrating about this. So I would take, he would take, but then you'd be able to open the king. That's exactly the sort of in-between thing I was talking about. But just move that away, although that's kind of a scary thing to allow. In fact, you won't even be able to cover it with the queen, so I don't know exactly how to deal with that. Okay, just take it. You're threatening the pawn. You can try to push it out a little bit. But there is some sort of scary threat with the queen. Like, I would just have to do something suboptimal because I don't know, I could just block with that. Go back. It's not going to be trapped, though, because you can do so many other things. But at least you have to give up that diagonal, kind of. And so this is sort of free development to get the same structure I was just talking about. Then you could go like that, and then you would just have the ability to be threatening mate. You should almost just still do it. It goes from him potentially threatening mate in 1 to me potentially threatening mate in 1, but it's going to take some work with the knight too. He blocks the diagonal, which I don't really care too much about. It does discourage the ability to move that away. But because this is the anchor pawn with at least 3 pawns attached to it, there's some sort of unspoken rule, right? Like, that's why I like the V structure so much. Like, oh, it's a rook covering mere pawns, but it ends up covering 5 pawns effectively, so it's kind of worth its value, right? If you're only covering 3, then you need like a knight to cover it. This is not really like an official thing that people probably say, but I like the idea behind it, like all these logical razors. So if it's only 3 pawns, you need a knight to cover it or a bishop. It's not worth it for a queen or a rook to do it unless it's really a bigger structure than that. So I have to still continue to cover it. And so I should cover it with the rook, like I just said. The problem is this will also lead to a forking opportunity if the queen moves too far away. I'm obviously excited about this double threat, but it's not going to be very good. Right? It's just all these things are always too obvious. I should just probably try to trade the knights off, or I could do it like that, where I could be threatening as if to double take. There wouldn't be any downside to him taking. But I was in the more aggressive position there, so maybe I should have tried not to do that. I won't be able to double take even, but it would split the pawn in maybe an undesirable way because he can't take with the... Yeah, so that's even bad because that's a very weak pawn. Now, I would even do that to try to go for the trade, but... Because then you're even like, well, you're not really threatening mate because the diagonal is sealed off for now. I should be relatively safe. I'm attacking the pawn, which isn't a big deal. So you should probably put that there. There's some sort of anchor idea with the bishop too. Like, the best pawn structure is like, I forget. I can never, like, the light square bishop is here covering this into this. Then the dark square bishop is here covering this into this. So even though the pawns are split going different ways, it works just because you depend on the bishops being there to cover them. Or even creating the infinite loop where it covers them too. That goes against the principle of, you know, you want to have as few anchors as possible. So there's all these kind of contradictory notions. There's not like a one-size-fits-all thing for chess. There's so many different variations, and you have to kind of know the position so well that you look at it and you say, okay, I know what I should be trying to do here, which I never do that because I have no idea what I'm doing most of the time. I don't get why the site is so jacked out, though. Like, I'm 1700 on Lichess. Like, this is not a representation of my skills, regardless of format or anything else. All I expect is I should be 1500 here, which I still think I am, but I'm not playing like it. We get attacked this. We're also attacking the rook. We're also threatening a back rank mate. Like, there's a lot going on here. So we're double threatening. There's no way you should be able to save all of it, but you actually will be able to. Just go there. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. It is still a weak pawn, though. Like, he's going to have to keep it on life support the whole time. I could bring the rook to the open file, which would also be a perfect bait play. Like, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, and then I would back rank mate. This is hilarious, dude, how hard this actually is. This would be my third time failing my challenge, and I basically just give up after this. I don't even care. Like, I don't have enough time in my life to be a chess player, I guess. At, like, a low amateurish level, too. Is this really what it's like? At, like, between 11 and 15. Like, my expectation was just not this high. If you want to take it seriously, fine. You're 1800, you're 2000. Okay, good for you. Make a career out of it for yourself, by which I mean you'd rather just stream on Twitch because you'd make more money that way. But the point is, this is why, now I get it, why 2000 FIDE players are celebrated. Because people don't understand the nature of the way the game actually works. Like, it just takes a long time. Anybody can get to 2000, period. Right? I'm just starting so late that it maybe seems worse than what it is. Like, give me a couple years and I'll do it, but a couple years is a long time, and I'm very impatient when it comes to stuff like that. Like, for example, the whole age aspect of it, right? People say, well, this 5-year-old's 1500, so he's so good. But meanwhile, he's played like a year or 2 years of chess, right? Whatever, like a 7-year-old. So you'll be more impressed by that. I don't know what he's doing, dude. You'll be more impressed by that, but it's like somebody starts when they're 30 and they played less chess than the 5-year-old has, right? So it doesn't matter how old you are, it matters how much you've played the game or how much you've studied. How old are you in chess years, not in real life years, because it doesn't matter. You start playing when you're 40, like, oh, a 5-year-old's better than you, ha ha ha, but it doesn't matter because they played the game more than you, maybe. Why does it matter how old you are? That doesn't just make you magically better. We'll do a couple more. I'll just go all night. That'll be the only way to do this. Yeah, what level did we play at? 1400. Yes, please give me 1400 then. Adjusted accuracy after retries. What do you mean? Oh, just if you were to play the analysis like a puzzle, which is kind of good. Or what's that program that all the big best chess players use? Is like Chess Base. It looks so clunky though. Like, well, first of all, it's just a website, but it looks like even the site, like this looks like a scuffed site from like 2001. So I'm sure it works functionally, but key concepts of chess, the hedgehog. In order to understand the openings properly, the middle game should actually be studied first. I completely disagree with that. You have to just know openings, period, like, at least at a low level. You see how these people play. Like, if you don't know openings, you're going to get clowned on, which is what's happening to me a lot. Like, that's what actually would happen in 30-minute games. I would spend like 10 minutes thinking about the opening, but it didn't matter because I had the time to spare. Like, now I can't do that, so you actually just have to know them. It's just that simple. So here I don't want to take, but I kind of have to, I guess, or I don't know this opening. He's out of my prep, so I guess I just already lose. Like, I don't know. This is just like some kind of gambit that ends up they take with the bishop, which the lesson there is you have to not try to take it, right? Don't try to protect it. Just let it go. Because if you try to go out of your way to save it, it ends up being worse for you. Now, you can do this, but the problem is it's not going to go anywhere because you're still going to have to just put the knight back, which is the most annoying backwards development ever. There's nowhere for it to go. I mean, like, how long am I supposed to leave the knight just hanging like this? He'll attack the other one. I take, I don't know. Okay, that's not a big surprise. Like, he actually let me do the full development still, but now I still can't castle. Okay, now at least I can threaten the bishop, but then he could move it and then trap me in here. Like, whatever this, I should just queenside castle. Speaking of the subject, like, I don't know what this is. I don't care, but he's going to attack there, which actually that would have been great to do maybe earlier because I would have had to do that, but then I would have had to give up the pin, so therefore the knight could have been taken. He's probably going to win the knight because it's not very hard to do that. Oh, here we go, man. You could block with the knight. Even that's bad because take. Go here, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. That maybe works, but I don't know. And again, the knight's just too easy of a target. Now, you can easily win the knight here. Anybody with half a brain, you already won it. Or no, you should definitely do that. Just to save it. Take. But I'm sure you have more threats coming. So if I castle now, which I can still surprisingly do, then maybe something good could happen. Like, look at that. If I'm gonna lose, it's because of the opening. I have no idea what I'm doing there. And you would think he wouldn't do it unless he did know, right? Like, oh yeah, I'm gambiting a pawn just because I'm so bad at chess. But no, he knows whatever this is. The Vienna Gambit. It's just a sad way to approach something, right? Absolutist tendency of the day. Like, don't rely on fundamental things. Don't rely on borrowed knowledge. You have it, but that's a bonus. That's what puts you over the top. That should not be why you're 1100. Like, oh yeah, that relies on the fact that I've studied. Doesn't that show you that you're not good in the first place? Which I'm not saying I'm good either, clearly, but you should always do it in the base, instinctive way. It shows that you probably don't even really enjoy what you're doing if you do it like that, right? You're just like, you're doing it just for the sake of it. It's not really authentic. You could go here, pin it down. Wait. I want to take, but that's just going to end up being worse for me. You go ahead, you take, you check. You can't take anything else from doing that. I could pin it down or wait. Whoops. Okay, I'm done. I rarely resign, but Yeah, let's study the Vienna Gambit. Like, how are you exactly supposed to play against it? Book move, book move. It's even a book move to take. Well, what is the best move then? Or whatever, it's fine. But then what are you supposed to do beyond that point? We've seen this actually a number of times, but you're not supposed to do that. So what are you supposed to do with the knight? Move it there. Cover. You actually are supposed to try to cover the pawn. Doesn't that represent like the worst thing? You go to play. I don't know. I can't believe how on point that actually is. Like, you go to play something just, oh yeah, you had a day of work and you just go to play a game. But that's not how people treat it. Or I guess those would be the people even sub 1,000. You just have to scale down your expectation. 1,100 players are actually good, but they're only good in the vague context of, okay, they've studied certain things or whatever. Like, who studies a game, dude? Imagine doing that. Even, you know, you're borderline professional player. Okay, then I can understand, but who does this? What is the whole thing? What did he even do, period? Or like he would bring the thing. Like the knight is actually trapped. Like, I don't understand what it's doing. This was the best engine move, so I guess just opening the king that way is so devastating that, yeah, what is your next move? That is bizarre. So I should just sack the knight. Oh, and Pizan. I forgot about that mechanic. But this is actually the correct... This is still the correct way to play it, but the problem is your knight is still trapped. Or no, it's not. It probably will still end up being, though. Because, yeah, like, really, where do you go from there either? You're not supposed to take... Yeah, of course. I should have just played it this way. This is very intuitive, natural way that you would go about it. Overextending the knight like 50 squares and just going back and forth. So he's supposed to go there, maybe. Or I don't even know. He's supposed to just leave it, of course. And I'm not even saying like lines like this wouldn't have existed before the engine, but it becomes even more robotic than that. Like, it wasn't some guy sitting in his basement for 20 years, you know, or like decades of collective chess knowledge from humans, writing books and coming up with theories and going over variations, who came up with this. No, it's actually a literal engine that's doing it. But either way, right, at least you can respect the human element because it took decades and centuries to do. Collective chess theory, which, yeah, that's the variant that I want to play of chess. The no study variant, just play the game. To just be below 1,000 rating then, I guess. How did I go on that one streak of like 10-1 where I just, you know, when I had first come back? What would have been different? Weren't those opponents the same? Like, I'll have to watch back through that. Like, what happened? Let's go like the first couple weeks of July. It should have all this stuff saved in here. Would have been somewhere in there. It wasn't like right when I came back, was it? It was whatever got me to like 12. It was that one day where I just like got to 12. That was it. Like, must have been here, right? Like July 5th, right? Yeah, look, win, win, draw, draw, win, loss, win, 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 win. Now, the only important thing to consider is just these are against the same opponents. Like, there's nothing, or wait, some of those are like viewers and stuff, but all the rated ones are obviously random people. Like, these are the same people. What changed in that shortest span of time? You can get lucky, but you can't get lucky that many times. Like, what are the quality of these games? What am I doing that is so... I'm still making blunders. I made 2 back-to-back blunders, but I still win. He blunders his queen, like... Okay. That one, at least I can accept, is not very good. Yeah, they are pretty low accuracy, actually. I'll give it to you there. And I'm getting, like, maybe more of a rating boost because... Like, you know, you first come back to the website, so this one's always decent. 75. This always seems a little more nuanced, I guess. Everything's traded. You go like that. Hey, we blunder, but we get away with it. So that's what the streak was. It wasn't that I was so good or anything. It's just that I was an escape artist and kept cheating death. Or we get a draw, I guess. Which maybe it didn't even have to be one. 82-78. I think we get another draw. At least those are encouraging. That's the one sense in which I like draws. Right? You're on a good streak. You won like 5 in a row. And you're about to lose, but you squeeze out a draw. So it's like you're just so motivated that you can't possibly lose that day. Or like that's how the top chess players sort of... that's how the top chess players go on those crazy win streaks. Like, oh, Ding Liren and Magnus Carlsen went on like 2-year win streaks in which they didn't lose a game, but they are obviously drawing the vast majority of them. So these weren't very high quality games, at least. So I do stand sort of corrected on that. Just that it was a good streak, but somehow we were lucking out. So this is why you also don't resign. Just you'll somehow win this game as white. Right? I don't know how, but you will. Right? Because I didn't lose hardly any games that day, so this must be a win. What happened? Wait. I don't get it. It's not even Queen G2. I don't know what happened there. Or maybe I'm looking at the wrong day or something. Like, I should be winning these, right? Okay, I won this 66. Yeah, the accuracy is pretty good to show that, though. Like, okay, 87. This is at least a quality win. It was probably super short where they just won or something. Or sometimes, you know, what'll happen is people will resign even though they're not losing at all. Just in random positions. Like, either they have to go and real life stuff happens, but, you know, or they'll think that they're losing, but they're really not. 90, like, some of these were pretty good. I mean, I'll still try for the rest of the month, but I think it's okay. So when that happens, then I'll replace one of the chess days. I'm already kind of making my plans for it because I don't see it happening. I'll replace one of the chess days with like my multiplayer round robin thing, and maybe on Friday then, once PvZ Heroes or something is over, I can do like other chess variants and stuff. That's what I wanted it to be anyway. Like Tuesday is supposed to be chess, and then Wednesday, let's say, is supposed to be other kind of multiplayer games like chess, like other board games or certain even chess-based games. Like I'll go through the chess games on Steam. But like I said, I could also just do it where I replace, I do it the multiplayer round robin thing, which is meant to be on Friday anyway, but since we've kind of gotten comfortable with another game in that slot, I'm not sure then. I could just replace both chess games that way, but... So it'll be a hefty price to pay. If I don't get to 13 by September, then I have to delete my account again, and then this will be for the 3rd time, and then I'll have to give up 1 day of chess, which maybe subconsciously I want to do that, but maybe I should just keep going. Like, I just have to go on a good streak. Yeah, we just play the basic King's Indian thing. I'm just kind of in disbelief sometimes, but it is a lot if it's happening either because of time or because of the opening. I have to be a little faster, and I have to not get as tilted when they do stuff with such confidence in the opening that you wouldn't think they should really be able to do. So here I can seal off like that, and the only reason why I feel so compelled to do that is because I don't know how else to get the knight out there. Indian game, East Indian London system. Let's pin this down and just take it because I don't see this bishop being very good. So I'm often the type of player who ends up with only this bishop around, which doesn't seem very good or impactful for attacking purposes, but I'm not really the attacking type of player anyway, so it does kind of suit me. So at least we have a defined style, and it does work, right? Like, you're trying to win by attrition very much. You could pin it down and you're double attacking, but it still doesn't matter. Take, 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 take. The sub 1100 player. Now he's already pushing aggressively the pawns. So basically what you want to do is almost like this. And the biggest thing is you can afford to take, but you can't afford to let him get rid of his pawn, right? You can do one or the other. So basically what ends up happening is if you open the H file, you're in trouble. So I could take it, I think, but you can't let him do anything with that. You just have to block that out altogether. So just move the queen, I guess. And then everything should be fine if you just do like this. But then again, it won't be fine. Then you'd have to... He's set up to trade the bishop for it, and then I would be in trouble. I almost have to try to trade the dark square bishop, but I can't figure out how to do it. Yeah, the H-file attack is always a very deadly thing. If I can get my rook on the H-file, somehow, like just put the king, move the rook, put it back down. You could meanwhile go there, move the queen, and then try to take. You still wouldn't open the H-file, I guess, as a result, but just somehow you would be in a very awkward spot. There's two incentives, I guess, to move the king here, to try to offer the trade and also to try to get the rook there, and then you can always come back. That way you have best protection against that. So we've unpinned the queen at least. Move the knight. He's all bummed out because his little cheeky attack didn't work, but it probably will in the future. It's just like they always do a gambit and it fails, and then I still mess up because I get annoyed by what an ugly, unaesthetic position we have. It's not like they're immediately winning because, oh, whatever they're doing was actually the right way to play it. He could pin down on this side. I just feel like I've never taken it seriously since I've come back. And maybe I didn't take it seriously before either, but I feel like I didn't need to, or... People are obviously taking it more seriously than they would in these kind of environments, but or at these ratings or whatever, but also I'm kind of taking it for granted too. Like, I should just win these without even trying, which you really should, but like, if I just get to 12, then I at least have a fighting chance, but I'll have to stay up all night to do it, and I'm kind of tired. Or I should try to just make it an everyday thing, too. I'll do it 7 days a week for the next month. That's what I would do in the old days, but I just don't have that kind of time. Or I would have to do a lot of it off stream, which I also don't want to do. This is like a very authentic thing. Like, I just want to show this is the journey that it takes to get from 1,000 to 1,500, but I can't seem to even give it a proper effort. Like, it shouldn't be this hard to just get to what I've already been, 12 or whatever. He's giving me a huge time odds. There doesn't seem to be anything about this position that's too complicated. Like, just the best you could do is try to take it with that, which if you did do that, I don't know exactly how I would deal with that. I go here, you go there, I go there, you go there, I go there. But see, you don't even really want to do that. You're offering the trade, but you're not trying to actually do the trade. I just want to put this somewhere so the rook can come there, but it's very hard. Like, then go there, then go there, there, then go back. Then you have the cover. Like, mainly you're doing that just to body block so the bishop can't take. Either he's coming up with an amazing sequence, or he's just actually AFK or something. Yeah, give me a few of these type of wins. They blunder their queen, they go AFK. Like, it's only fair. Good karma from all the games I lost from going AFK in the past. But those weren't really part of challenges and stuff as much. It was just, sometimes I would do that. Like, just, it'll be a 30-minute game and I'll go AFK. And I'm not even trying to troll them. But just, somehow it ends up being, I'm gone for that long that I end up losing on time. We keep getting so close, in fact, to failing overall. If I fall below 11, I lose just period. That's always the 50 increment thing. It was almost good that I didn't get to 1250, otherwise I couldn't have fallen below 12, but it's not good because that's the whole point of it. I shouldn't fall below 12. I got to 1236. It doesn't count like, oh, I've been, 17 in the past or whatever. Like, even on this account, like, I have to get to 50 in the part of this whole session and this whole experience. But then if I get to a 50 mark, I can't fall below the 100 mark. I mean, the time alone should put you in good shape, but now he'll do some crazy, unbelievable offensive sequence. At least that's the discipline that I've learned, which I think is a generally good rule, but now I've lost sort of the willingness to try to attack. But the good discipline is just don't try to attack at this level because you don't really know what you're doing and it's kind of dangerous. Let them attack, let their attack fail, and then punish them for it, which maybe is a cop-out of a way to play, but I mean, this position is still a little bit scary, so I don't even still know what. I kind of have that bad habit. Like, I should try, in this much time, I should predict his move and know exactly what the best thing to do is. But I kind of wait to see what they do, and then I try to react to it. Yeah, just doesn't really seem like he's offline, though. It would show some sort of disconnection or other issue. Very low lag. His brain is lagging, though. Take. He would take. I would take. He could check. I could go back. This is why I also say I'm not allowed to play friends or whatever, viewers in ranked games, because for better or for worse, somebody will keep farming me and it'll be unfair, or I'll keep farming somebody and it'll seem like, I'm doing that to cheese. If this happens in a random game against somebody, then that's what it is. Like, this is just dumb luck. He'll come back with like 10 seconds left and just pre-move the whole rest of the game. Mate in 16. I had a game like that where I had like mate in 15 or something, where like it was like a puzzle caliber moment in which like I was up for that 1 second, and if I miss the mate sequence, which is a very long and not super obvious sequence, then I lose the game, right? So it swings pretty hard. That is exactly the sort of, like, that's what the best puzzles are made of. Like, you have a winning sequence, but if you don't do it, then you're screwed, right? You have to do it exactly then. A lot of the time it's like, oh, you're winning anyway. It's just it really puts the clamp down, or it really secures your win. So it feels like just extra, just to show off. Like, you don't really feel the need to do that move. Yeah, we need more games like that. Just turn on the lag switch. We're at 50 to start, so I've lost 25. Even if I get it in little increments, I'm not trying to do it all in one day. But if I went from 50 to 70, like, just something. I don't really have the mindset to do what I would do in the past. Like, whenever I would struggle with something, I would do it for longer periods of time and make a point of it. Like even with my PvZ series, I should do that now, the hard mode. It's not even that, oh, I've given up, it's that I barely even do it. Like I'm doing like half-hour sessions where I just try it like each little mini game once. The one thing that definitely hasn't helped me with this though is trying to brute force it with time. Like I do that 10-hour session the one day and I just don't get anywhere with it. I don't have the discipline to stop when I'm, I hit like a checkpoint and I should just stop playing and it's fine. Like I got to 1190 the one day and then it's like, okay, fine. But no, that temptation to push from 1190 to 12 is like so significant that then I tank it so hard. Or I keep saying like, oh, I'll stop, but if I lose, but then I don't. But whatever. I don't know what you're supposed to learn from that, but like, what are you actually supposed to do from here? But the engine's so slow that I get tilted by that. 'Cause it's not like I'm looking for the best actual engine move, just like anything better than what I'm doing. And I'm paying money for this one too, so it should be much better than what it is. At least speed-wise. So that it doesn't like. You're supposed to move the queen there, which is hard to understand why that would be good. So you move the thing, you try to take there, which he doesn't have to let you take. I don't know, like the positions get so complicated there already just because of the openings that they're playing, so it's amazing how much this didn't bother me, or it probably did, but in the other formats, like just any sort of longer format, it doesn't feel like as big of a deal. This gives me free development on the night. If I can just survive the opening, that's the point. I'm not saying I should be winning games in the opening or playing like super well in the opening, but just don't lose it or don't have such a busted position that it just ruins the rest of the game. He's already playing stupid because you're not supposed to move this queen. You're not supposed to move the queen so much in the opening, ever. But how else are you supposed to queenside castle? So that alone shows you what a clown thing it is to do. You won't be able to pin down anytime soon, so I should just try to finish my development. I don't know where exactly the Dark Sphere Bishop is going to go. Okay. Or if he was able to come there with the queen, maybe it would be more dangerous, but you can unleash into an attack on there, which it won't be covered. I don't know whether this is really worth doing or not, but again, that's kind of one of those threats that just isn't too credible. You could go here, and then if he takes, I take, and then I'm threatening, like that might not be a bad way to do it, but you can just push the pawn, and then I can't even do it. So I hope you would trade. It's amazing how much people actually don't do that sometimes. Now you might be thinking about something else, but I'm just still wanting it to be way too easy. This isn't covered or anything. You could go there. He raises the pawn. You would take this, which wouldn't be for free or anything. So I almost don't want to leave this where it is, but it is actually okay. So I want to stop this from being taken. His development on the queen side is pretty bad. You could check there. I could easily take. It might be difficult to move the knight back. Or okay, let's just make room for the bishop. That's fine. Try to trade this off just because. You could put the bishop there and kind of scare me a little bit. Because now the queen is going to have that similar opportunity. Now, if I was to take, he's going there. And then it could be very difficult to stop that. You could put this there. You have whatever. Not an octopus knight. Where my light square bishop is compared to his is not very good because it's going to be hard to actually secure that trade. Now, I don't really want to trade, but I have to do it. I mean, he'll probably still take back, but he could have gone maybe for the mating threat right away. So you're going to have to do this no matter what. Go here, he goes there. Or like now you'd be very incentivized to try to trade. If you go there, you'll have to go there to do it. These two are blocked off. Doesn't want to trade. Okay, now at least you can body block this for a little bit, and the reason why is because you can't, but he'll come there. Which most of the threats I can deal with. It's just some kind of awkward way that involves like pushing the pawn or something. You cover like this, or you covered like that just on the diagonal straight away. Which I should maybe probably still do. As much as I like to trade, we somehow got in a position where we can't do that there. Maybe this will open up something better for the bishop to do, or I would take... I mean, I can still deal with it by doing that. I just don't know. Kind of trying to bait me to do this a bit too much. Problem is, even if I do this, I still won't be able to. Because you have to raise the pawn. If he raises, I could be in trouble. I can't take. I should probably do this, actually. If he raises, I just take, and that's actually good. So there's nothing that's going to do. He'll raise, and then I take, and then he takes, and then I take, and then he takes, and then I take. Like, it should still be okay. We could even double stack on there. He's covering with the rook, which that part shouldn't even matter too much, really. Even if you were to have that, so then I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So at no point should the diagonal really be a problem. I'll do this just because, but... You double stack even, but I still don't see especially the value of it. It seems kind of like a bad idea. Like, at what point would I just be able to put the bishop there is the question. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would just take. Now this puts him in a bit of a precarious spot, actually, because he would take, I would take, he would take, but then I would take. That's not what he was trying to do, but this is actually good too. Or I could do it this way. And then just cover this all the way. Oh, God. But it wouldn't even be the threat because you can't even do it still. So as dangerous as it seems, the real threat is just the fact that the queen would be here. Or like those two threats are not enough alone. Unless you're going to be threatening there. Which I can't figure out exactly how you would do either. So yay, we have a passed pawn. Like, that's totally worth it, but I could take his pawn there, but he'll keep going, but I could still take it. So you have this. All you have to do is figure out how to get the queen going that way. You have the double protection either from the queen or from the... or from that. Or not. Okay. So -1. Okay. Yeah, all you'd have to do is get there, and then I can't stop it from behind like that. It's a very strong bishop, and one of those kind of games where you would have loved to trade for it, but he somehow, his development was so bad that it just didn't even cross my mind. Like, if he takes, I can still take back there. He's gonna go like there, for example. You could try to change the orientation of that if you just or you can even go so far as up here just to stop him from doing that at all. And again, we do have this passed pawn, but it's going to be very hard to do anything with that. Okay, you can come here. That does still allow you to come there, but at that point, it should be fine. Give a whole bunch of checks. Or oh, whoops. Not like I don't even have time there. I'm more annoyed by the fact that if I play again at like 100% potential and these people are reading me, that's fine, but I can't seem to do that like even any games ever. Even when I'm winning, it is on some kind of a loophole. Yeah, but if only you understood the full meaning of that. You're gonna draw now, but I don't have the pawn position to do it. Okay, whatever. See you tomorrow.